Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossover.
Did a backflip, Connor. He did a backflip.
Sorry. Time for the crossover. Powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, what's up?
Hey.
Josh is mad already.
I am sick of this camera.
Why aren't you in the StreamYard? Get in the stream.
There I am.
Can you might just have to use your computer camera, right?
No, but then it's all low, and if you do the thing like you, suddenly it's a penis shot.
All right.
Well,
put your damn pants on.
Yeah,
yeah, jeez.
I just want people to
we're
feel
on
bad.
the camera now.
I've moved my computer, and so now when I press my buttons, it should not touch the cord. Michael had this issue. Jimmy Allen has had this issue. I think it's fixed now, though. I'm doing my best. Doing my best.
Hey, how was your weekend?
Hey, it was great. The gas mow.
Oh, was it nice?
It was.
Good.
It's looking
good.
It's looking nice for this time of year.
I wish I could say the same.
I thought you said it was gas mow opening day.
No, I did. I did gas mow. I was talking about the look of the lawn.
Oh, okay.
This was the weekend where I thought I had conquered a bunch of things, and then I didn't.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get my old mower working so that Josh can take it off my hands.
Yeah, I'm trying to get John's mower.
And
you have a house.
And
see, maybe this is where our audience can help us.
Just get a lib machine. It's nice.
But I like the idea of just giving John a few shekels to fix it, and then
Josh would rather have a gas mower. That's kind of free.
Not spending
Josh.
money.
Yeah, Josh would like to not spend money.
Yeah. It's not about the environment for now. It will be if John's doesn't work. Tell him what
Once
happened.
I'm rich enough, I will care about the environment.
Yeah,
that's what.
If John's lawnmower is out, then yes, we will care about the environment. But until then,
yeah.
But
I thought I had it. It was funny too because I went to the store. I got another spark plug, got a new air filter for it. You know.
And for the record, I'm covering the cost of these things. I told John. I said, let me know how much.
This is like chump change. These little things. But anyway,
okay.
So I get it and I put it in, and my wife's sitting out there. She's watching me. She's like, "This thing's not going to work. It's not going to work."
Wow.
And I pulled on that cord the first time. And I mean, it fired up like it ain't fired up in years.
Wow.
And I was, and I just started laughing. I was like, ha, ha, ha. And so it ran for about a minute. And then I was going to fiddle with some setting, some stuff on the carburetor, the choke and everything. And then all of a sudden it just, and I was like, damn it.
It's not the noise you want to hear.
I started it again. It stayed on for about 5 seconds and then brrr. And now I can't even get it to fire up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So
now I have no advice to give. It's not like me. It's not like I'm going to give John like, hey, why don't you try this?
Did you Google, can you fix it when it goes brrr?
Oh, that's a good search.
So that was the first thing. And then the second thing was, I turned on my sprinklers this weekend because I'm planting new grass, which is why the lawn looks like
bad.
Easy.
And I've got this one quadrant that won't shut off. It runs the whole damn time.
Wow.
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Sprinkler upset that his sprinklers are sprinkling too much.
Well, I mean, I bought it with the house. I didn't put it in myself.
I mean, you don't want your lawn to look like an ocean.
How's life on the grill deck and lawn sprinkler life?
I mean,
we have sprinkler system in our house.
Yeah.
But you don't have a sink in the bedroom.
No,
that's true.
Thankfully.
What's this about a grill deck? Who doesn't have a grill deck?
No, John has a separate deck just for grilling.
Oh, yep. That's awesome.
It's just a tiny baby deck. And if you saw it, you would not be that impressed.
We've seen the video.
I want a grill deck.
Yeah,
That
see, we all want
awesome.
one, John.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so I went in and I watched some YouTube videos on how to maybe, hey, if this one zone's not turning off, what do you do? And I watched it and I was like, okay, maybe I can do this. And I went and I fiddled with it a little bit yesterday.
Oh boy.
And it worked. And and the zone that was not supposed to be on wasn't on. And so I thought I had fixed it. So I go out because I had to wait. The wind blowing at 9,000 miles an hour.
Wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the wind.
Exactly.
So I wanted to wait. And I also wanted to wait to watch the end of the Masters to go, spread the grass seed.
John wanted to spread his seed.
And I spread my seed and I fired up the sprinklers and the damn thing was doing the same thing. So it was like, this was the weekend where I thought I had everything figured out. And
you were so close.
Very close.
By the way, John, some advice coming in about the mower. Let's see if we can get some advice about your sprinklers. 2 people mentioned the gas. 402. Sounds like bad or old gas to me. Maybe drain out the old gas and replace it with fresh.
Did that.
Another one sounds like bad gas in the mower. John says fuel filter.
Fuel filter's a good
I gotta look because I don't know where the fuel filter is on that thing.
757, which is Virginia. Tell Bishop not to fiddle with the carburetor. He doesn't know what he's doing. Wow. Replace the carburetor. The blah sound is the fuel mixture choking.
Bleh.
I didn't get a chance to fiddle with it because it died. It went bleh.
Bleh.
I'd have to check. I gotta see where the fuel filter
I would
is.
trust John with a carburetor.
John knows things.
No, I had an issue with an old trimmer that had a little single carburetor in it. It sucked, but that's good. I'll see if I can find out where the fuel filter is.
Alex Sindelar, who is of Mowing.
Yes, he should know.
This crossover is making me mad.
Then you tell us what it is,
Alex. Go to John's house. Help.
Why is it making you mad?
He's always driving somewhere very far.
He probably knows what to do, but he can't help because he's in Grand Island or something.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, Alex drives all over the state.
Hey, listen, I would if it can help Josh and get this thing out of my hair at the same time.
Two birds.
I'm all for it.
Two
man.
birds.
I cleaned it up, man. That thing. I mean, it's got a couple of rust spots on it.
You do have the option to give it to Josh as is.
Yeah, but
you could.
What the hell is he gonna do?
Yeah, I don't know things.
Well, Alex
Sindelar's
I mean, he would have to. He
John.
would have to take it somewhere.
You'd have to call somebody. Yeah.
Alex, will you come to my house? I live far away from Alex.
Then it's your deal.
Yeah, then it is my problem.
Then you have John working with your carburetor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we want to get one more mowing before we leave on Thursday, and so now we're gonna. Have
Well, that's the other problem. Is I'm not even gonna.
We're gonna have to ask my friend.
I'm not gonna have
Alex
time to
over.
look at it because tomorrow's baseball.
Oh, that's my friend. He
Thursday's
lives-
baseball.
My best friend lives. I'm not kidding. 2 blocks away from me. So last time we walked to his house, grabbed his mower, walked back, and then we returned it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
That's amazing.
David, we're borrowing your lawnmower again, if that's
Nice.
okay. Yeah,
Nice.
so we'll probably do that.
I am happy to report that everything went swimmingly for me.
Well,
good.
My
That's
mower, you know.
Oh.
So did
with
mine.
that.
I mean, it's a
Yeah.
new mower. You know.
Well, what, Josh?
I thought you were talking about your weekend went swimming because I heard about the trip that you made. This
Well,
weekend.
yeah, I decided to go to the zoo yesterday.
Oh, zoo trip.
Oh.
John, there
Oh.
was a lot of people at the zoo yesterday,
Yeah.
Yes.
but we have the great fortune of not. I mean, we stayed for a very short period of time.
Oh, good.
You know,
Wait, so you went there, you spent all that money to get in there, and then you
wrong, John. Membership.
Wait, you have a membership?
At Big Zoo Guy.
How much? What's a
It's not bad.
really?
I mean,
So you can go anytime you want.
it pays for itself if you go, I believe, 3 times.
Wow.
I mean,
Gosh, that's
I've
a
been-
lot of
I think I've been to
times.
the zoo 3 times in my
Yeah, but,
life,
Like,
Not so
I,
many times.
and I'm
it's
old.
weird. Like I can't rationalize going there and paying what it costs to get in there one time.
Sure.
And then you feel like you're just so beholden to like you have to do it's an entire day.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
You got to see everything.
and my daughter doesn't know what's going on. She's 8 months old. So we took her in the aquarium and she kind of, looked around and then walked around the zoo a little bit more. And then it was nap time and we went home.
Okay.
Can you use that for like the no kids adult nights at the zoo?
What's that?
Wait, what?
You can go to
like the beer night.
yeah. There's
They
beer
do
night
adults
at the zoo.
only at the zoo.
I went to it one
That's
time.
a separate.
I went to.
That's a
This
separate
sounds like
thing.
a weird kink.
It's not a kink at all. It's just a chance to go to the zoo and have a
They
beer.
have like a
and
beer fest.
look at the
night.
animals.
Well, they have memberships
Yeah, but it
for
also sounds
grandparents.
dangerous.
Yes, it's
Wow, that's
I mean,
Don't fall into
we
the
have the
gorilla pit,
household
John.
one.
Shouldn't you?
Patreon?
no.
I mean, with unpredictable animals, shouldn't you try to avoid inebriation at the
It's
zoo?
really cool to be tipsy and look at the giraffes.
Wow.
Until you wander in, and then the giraffes start,
But you could be drunk at the zoo anytime
choking you with your
want.
long necks.
Can you?
Yeah, dude. There's people out there like doing crazy stuff at the. You wouldn't even. I mean, nobody would notice you. It's you and a million people at the zoo at the same time, and the zoo is gigantic. If I was walking around hammered at the zoo, nobody would say anything.
So do you guys have the household membership, Happer? Is that what you
Correct.
have? So this patron one, a patron membership is a way to provide Oh, okay. So you're not just being a member.
Yeah,
for
it's
your-
a
okay.
donation.
That's nice. And 2 additional guests every visit. Oh, that's
Oh.
fun.
Does
But
the
they have
zoo
the
have
grandparent one.
Does
That
the
is
zoo
wild.
have NIL in case the Lions decide they want to
Yeah,
leave in the
because
middle of spring football?
Excellent.
They
point.
check your ID.
Oh wow.
They check your ID. So, like, if my grandparents were watching my kid or if my parents were watching my kid for the day, and they wanted to take my daughter to the zoo,
Yeah.
they couldn't go in as me. They'd have to get a separate membership
Or buy a ticket.
buy individual tickets.
Wow.
It's pretty extreme. It's good.
Aaron says,
What-
4 on a weekday. No one can get in after 5, but building stays open till 6. I've walked through the aquarium
true.
twice when it was just me and my son, no one else.
Yeah, no, I obviously went at the worst possible time.
Sunday?
Obviously went at the worst possible time.
Mm.
Wow.
But I didn't. It was fun.
Just like he walked in at the worst possible
Yeah,
time.
I don't know why he did that.
I think it's because he's going to look at it's the cable. There's a short in the cable. I don't think he's going to be able to fix it. Okay, I don't think he's going to be able to fix the cable. We're going to need a new camera.
I tickled chains this weekend.
You've broken my camera. Really?
Yeah, I was going to say, because the cables, the cables are
Yeah,
a permanent part of the camera. It's not like it's a cord, like our charging cord for a cell phone.
correct. Yeah.
Tickled some chains. I dropped my bike off at the bike shop so it could get tuned up before the season.
You could have taken my mower. You could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
Come on,
Right.
Nick.
I should have taken the mower to the bike shop. I'm sorry. I
You
didn't
get a
think about
hog,
that.
Nick?
No, it's a bicycle.
Oh, bicycle.
What if they took like half of your bike, the
A
pedal
lid
part
hog.
of your bike, attached it to the mower, and that's how Josh can mow? He could just pedal.
Oh,
That sounds
And that's
terrible.
sidecar.
That's how the blade goes.
That sounds awful.
Genius?
it's like one
the
of those.
Flintstones.
It's like one of
Pedal
those old
mower.
mowers where you just push it, then it had the blades that would.
They still
Yeah,
have
yeah.
those.
I
Yeah.
love those.
Wow, there's a person in our neighborhood that has one.
Riz
of those
looked
old
at getting
push-
one, but apparently you have to sharpen the blades.
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's hard to push around, but if you have like really nicely manicured grass, there's very few that do a better job.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like when you get a close
Yeah, it's like a
shave?
straight razor for the grass.
Wow. Why is that? Why is
Well,
that
it's
so
because
good?
of the way the blades are designed.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, having to sharpen blades every time though. That sounds like a lot of work.
It sounds like a good opportunity to learn a new skill, though. Josh.
I don't want to learn a new skill. I have skills that I enjoy.
Josh likes the skill of buying new stuff.
Mm.
That's what he's going to have to do when he has to get a mower.
No, Cindelar's coming
John's-
over.
Oh, yeah.
Cindelar's going to help.
So when you do need to get a mower, get an Ego. It's a really good mower.
Cindelar will help. I believe in Alex.
Great cut.
Sounds like a lib mower.
It's
What, is he-
quiet,
is he
so
already
you can
committed
listen
to
to your
you?
pods.
He said how you would help. So you just got to bring it in, and then Alex will come over and fix it, and then I'll buy Alex whatever. He
Thank
needs.
you, Cindelar.
Yeah, we love
Thank you, Alex.
Oh, well, thank you, Alex.
Yeah, he's the man.
Okay.
I'm always
He's of
impressed by
grass.
men who can do things with their hands, build things, fix things.
Big,
I
strong
can't,
men.
I can't do it.
I can pretend to fix things.
Get one of
then
those
they don't
mowers,
work.
and you could be a man that does things with your hands.
I don't want to. I like not doing things.
I'm like John. I use YouTube a lot.
I never do that. I should.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't learn anything.
Cars,
Nick,
decks,
I've learned. I have
outside,
lots of
yeah.
skills.
No, you
I don't
didn't let
want
me
to
finish.
What are you going to say?
I also use YouTube. You
Yeah.
won't learn if you don't try.
Maybe I'm just.
You got to use YouTube.
I know. It seems. I don't know. I just have never done it.
It's okay.
Riz does it all the time. I just don't ever do it.
It's okay. You got the option. Buy
Yeah.
stuff.
Maybe I will someday, Nick. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could just not do it and pay
You could.
somebody else.
It's an option.
Yeah.
It is an
Sometimes it's a
option.
great option, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like dinner. I don't want to make dinner tonight.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I'd like to
exactly.
buy it.
Yeah, it's exactly. You got to talk about all the time. Why don't you just make your own gordita crunch? It's the same thing.
It's kind of the same thing.
It is kind of the same thing, except I'm pretty sure I can still get it cheaper at Taco Bell than I could if I bought the chicken
That's not true.
and everything.
That's not true.
Cheesy gordita crunches
For
like
one
$4.50
cheesy
bucks.
gordita crunch,
Yeah,
you could make one cheesy gordita crunch with, like, you have to buy the ingredients, obviously.
yeah,
could
but
make
that's
You
so
could get like
many.
6 cheesy gordita crunches
For the same price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't want 6 cheesy gordita crunches. I just want a single one.
But if you make 6 of them, you can throw a bunch of them in the freezer.
Just
That's
meal
true.
prep cheesy gordita crunches.
Yes.
Why not?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one's the gordita crunch?
I have no idea.
It's the one with the soft shell, and then you got the hard shell in it, and then they got all the fixings.
See, I
inside.
like it when they.
Big team.
That's the double decker. I like the double decker. That sounds better.
Mm.
Sounds
Crunch
better.
wrap?
Gordita. The hell's that?
I've been
the hell's
trying
It's a
the
make-up word.
Cantina tacos.
Oh, those are good.
Those are really good.
What's that?
It's a taco, but then they press
Oh.
it and they put cheese on the outside, but it's not a chalupa. It's kind of like a chalupa, but it's got like a hard, soft. It's very
I'd
good.
eat it. I'd eat that. That sounds awesome.
Very good.
I
Very
love Mexican
simple, very
food.
good. It's almost a quesadilla.
I love quesadillas.
Really, all of the items are the same.
Wow, that's what John's take is.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it is
it's true.
basically the same. 5 or 6 ingredients,
It's
just
true.
in different wrapping. That's all.
He's
Doesn't
right.
mean it's not good. It's just that's what it is.
John was right.
John was right.
Yes.
Yes.
We don't want anyone. to
That's
say
not even
those words.
racist.
Is it not?
No, it's not racist.
I just want to
No.
confirm.
It's.
I mean, when
not.
you consider that the Mexican food that we typically have in this country is Tex-Mex.
basically,
Is that true?
It's garbage. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wow.
I mean, did you think that old what is his first name? His last name is Bell.
Taco?
The guy behind Taco Bell.
John Taco Bell, yeah.
Yeah. You think he was from Mexico?
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like
But
actual
also,
like Mexican restaurants.
everybody-
like, those are pretend
No,
Mexican
not
too?
all of them.
Okay,
Oh,
I
you're
thought
just
that's
not
what
all
you were
of
saying
them.
too.
Oh.
Not all of
American
them.
Mexican.
Nobody is telling themselves or believing that Taco Bell is Mexican food. Nobody's that deluded. We all know what Taco Bell is when we're buying Taco Bell.
What is it?
Diarrhea food.
Not Mexican food.
John got it.
You could maybe get away with calling Taco Bell white people Mexican food, but it's not Mexican food.
Not Mexican.
You guys ever had white people taco night?
Yes. That was every time I had tacos growing up.
You're like,
What's that? I don't.
It's how you guys make tacos.
It's exactly how you make tacos. You get
Well-
the ground beef with the seasoning, and then you.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's white
Yeah.
people tacos.
We did that all the time growing up. And
They made a song about it.
Are black people not allowed to have those tacos?
Oh no, they have them too.
Yeah.
But it's made by white people.
It's called white people tacos.
John doesn't like it when you call food white people food. He doesn't like it.
I mean, it's
Of all
just
the
food.
things I've learned over the years,
It's
John
just,
like,
it just doesn't make any sense.
but it does.
It's very white,
It's
John.
very white.
It's very
It's
white.
very white.
I mean,
If you say Taco Bell's not Mexican food, why can't we say that your tacos are white people tacos? It's
Why
the
are
same thing.
you've never had my tacos.
I bet they're white people tacos.
They are,
Oh,
John.
I bet you're surprised. I bet you'd be
I
surprised.
would be if I would love to.
John,
be
you should
surprised.
make us all tacos.
Yeah, make us some
and we'll grade
tacos,
them on
John.
how white they are.
Taco John.
Oh wow, your name is John. Mm-hmm.
We should all make. Josh says he makes margaritas really well. We should all make our own tacos and then we grade them on whiteness scale.
Wow,
Oh,
that's a great
I
idea.
make some pretty not white tacos.
That's not true.
So what is it? What does it make your tacos not white, Whitey?
Flank steak.
There you go. I mean,
that can't be.
Flank steak, lime,
That-
diced red onion.
so yeah, Nick's adding
cilantro.
things. Those aren't. Well, that's not in white people tacos.
That's
Not
definitely
at all.
not. It's a little less white. It's a little less white.
Street tacos.
Still pretty white.
We've had those many times.
Stib says albino people are often offended by white people talk. John,
John's not albino. He's
he's
ginger.
clear.
We can
John's
say
not
it.
white. He's clear.
We could say it.
We can say it.
We-
You
it's my
can't
beard.
say it.
Ginger.
I'm half ginger.
No.
you're not.
I have
How
a
dare
red
you.
tint.
Your,
Red
your,
tint.
your beard is culturally misappropriated.
No, I don't want it to
Oh,
be
you have-
red.
You have red beard.
I don't like it.
Hmm.
I wish it was brown like my hair.
Wow. You
I
don't
wanna-
like it?
I don't want to be like you, Happer.
Now, see?
What?
Just don't understand. It's so confusing. Why do I have brown hair and a red beard? Doesn't make any sense. I remember when I first grew it out, I was like, what the hell's happening?
I didn't realize this was such a big problem to look
Mm.
like me and John.
Yeah. Racist.
Sad.
No, we do the
John's still on the white people tacos thing.
no. I mean, yes. Do we do those? Sure,
Of
but,
course.
But we've done
quick,
a
it's
lot of
easy.
different ones.
Get a bag of shred lead from the grocery store.
You're just nailing. I mean, you're playing the hits right now, Happer.
You bet.
Put a little ranch dressing on it.
You bet.
You ever do that as a kid?
No, not on
No.
tacos.
I've never had a
Not on
ranch
tacos.
taco.
Yeah, me
No.
neither.
Not on
No,
tacos.
not on tacos.
You got to get the Ortego taco
That's
sauce.
too white.
I
That's
I
too
don't
white.
do that anymore. To be fair to me,
You put ranch on tacos?
I was a teenager.
Oh my.
In
God.
high school, we used to do chicken, or they used to give us chicken tacos. It was like bad government shredded chicken, and then they
Sure.
would serve ranch with that. I would
Yeah.
put ranch on those.
Yeah. Well. Yep. Me too. And at home,
You put ranch on every.
I did
think
put
you
it on.
do.
I did
Yeah.
put it on a lot of stuff.
My dad liked to mix the refried beans in with the taco meat,
Yeah.
so it was just all already right there.
Huh.
Just had to plop it in.
I love tacos.
I like tacos too.
I usually do shrimp tacos now.
Wow.
Not at home when I'm out to eat.
White Cajun tacos.
Not white people tacos, John. Those are tacos. They're good.
Oh,
Spice
you
to
guys
'em.
both seem to think that your tacos aren't very white.
Our tacos are.
Yeah.
Mine definitely.
exactly.
Mine definitely
Yeah.
are.
I mean-
but I don't get offended by it like John does.
Well, no, it's just this
I know what
idea.
white people
It's just this
food
idea.
is.
You literally change out 2 ingredients, and all of a sudden, it's something different. It's
Exactly.
It really isn't.
Exactly.
That's because when we're using flank steak, we're marinating the steak. We're not just putting ground beef in a pan
Nah,
and putting
see,
prepackaged taco
I don't know.
seasoning
Like,
on
I
it.
think it's about the way you cook it, man. Like,
Yeah.
it's. I would hold judgment until I see the final product.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you make it with flank steak doesn't mean it's any good.
It's very good.
What if I use the really expensive ground beef?
What is the more expensive? I forget.
It's 95% lean.
The less
Yeah.
fatty beef.
Yeah, but that's the ugh.
And that's the more
That's the
expensive,
expensive
kind.
one.
That's some
John.
dry ass tacos.
I agree. I don't want that.
You
I
don't
need
want
a-
no dry
I want
ass
a little-
tacos.
I want some fat in there.
Yeah, you gotta have some good tacos.
Ribeye.
Mm.
I love fat. I love it. Riz
I had
hates that
steak
stuff,
last
and so
night.
she cuts it off, and I'm like, gimme.
Yeah, I don't like
What,
fat
you
on
eat-
meat
You eat
either.
the fat off her steak?
Yeah, you don't.
No,
That's love.
You don't eat the fat off of a ribeye. You cut it and throw it away.
well. I mean,
love that stuff.
the stuff that's marbled within, yes, but not the
gristle?
end, not the fatty end parts.
Gimme. I love
Josh,
it.
you probably dip it in ranch.
No, I don't.
Lick it.
To be fair, I never
You dip
dip.
your fat and ranch.
I never dipped steak in ranch. So at least I got that.
ketchup.
going
Oh
for
no,
me.
you hate ketchup.
I hate ketchup. Yep, and I've never been a steak sauce guy.
I had a steak last night. I ate the
gristle.
I ate the fat.
Oh, so good.
But I cut it like as part of it. you
Oh,
know?
I-
Yeah.
I hate the gristle.
Really? Oh man, I'm gonna come over to your house and have some of your gristle. Thank you, John.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can have
That's when you guys
you
can
can
make
have
the
all
mower
the
trade.
gristle. You can have all the gristle and the assy flats.
Oh God, see that's why you and I work so well together.
I
We just
know.
take the other things from
That's
each
beautiful, guys.
other. Uh-huh,
Assy
really.
Flats. It's another band name.
I
Nick.
love flats. Oh my gosh. By the way, multiple people, Nick, texting in. It makes my taco pop.
Nice.
If you want to look for the great old drop.
Who said
on
that?
The grum. That was
Sean Johnson.
yes.
Is that her name? Her
Good
name?
call.
Yeah.
Sean Johnson, the gymnast.
The gymnast from Iowa.
Makes my taco pop.
She
she
said
was
that
in
on
a-
1620 The Zone.
No, she said it on
Oh.
a commercial.
Is it
I
gone?
think it's gone.
Oh no!
No. Who got rid of it?
Wait, it's gone.
We've had it. We've played it many
what-
times.
search
Did
pop.
you just type in taco?
Yeah,
I
but
typed in taco.
He's
That was
doing-
all we had for taco.
Oh no.
it makes my taco pop. This is disgusting.
Yeah, this is disgusting. The good news is it probably
It's
lives
on the
forever on the
internet.
YouTube.
Yeah, it's very much there.
Ah, this is horrible news. So many things were purged.
Thanks, Neil.
Yeah, but this wasn't Neil's fault.
No, this is.
This is recent. We've played that
Yeah.
many times in recent months.
It was for Ortega. 16 years ago, this video got uploaded
Sean Johnson
to YouTube.
did have a moment. Yeah, I
Makes
remember
my
that.
taco pop.
She
What
was
a
all up in the
line.
commercials.
Mm-hmm. Jock Slap says he doesn't eat the fat from a ribeye. Why does John hate his country?
John, do you
I
hate
can't-
America?
No, I don't eat. Okay, you're
I
talking
just
about.
don't eat ribeyes.
You're talking about the fatty end where it's
Yes.
just fat.
Everyone knows what we're talking about
no,
here.
I'm not eating that.
I'm not
Venmo
either.
Chris, Josh, we are aligned. The fat, I love it. I eat my wife's ribeye fat as well.
You can all
and
come
then that's,
over.
wow,
and
that
eat-
seemed
You
unhinged.
can all come over and eat the fat. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Oh my gosh.
I don't.
You eat your wife's fat from her steak.
Full question. No, I'm with John. I'm not going to eat the fat from a steak.
Oh, it's so good though, Nick. Have
No.
you ever eaten it?
Yes, and I don't like
You're
it.
not like, wow, this is full of flavor.
No, I'm like, man, this is too chewy, and I don't want to put up with it.
Wow. Sad.
It's
So
also not
flavorful.
good for me.
You can toss it back on the
You
grill.
eat Taco Bell every 2 days.
Yeah.
Which should tell you exactly how bad the fat is.
No, okay. Fat is not as bad
You
as
toss
Taco
it back
Bell.
on the grill and kind of candy that sucker up a little bit. You know,
Mm.
really sizzle it.
Wow. Kenneth, hey baby, what do you say I come over and eat your ribeye fat?
We're like the perfect pair. You don't like it? I do. I'll eat the
People
ribeye.
So
should
the
put that in
whole
their
steak-
Tinder
so,
profiles.
so the whole
I'll eat
steak
your
is
ribeye
gone.
fat.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, John, it's
Yeah.
gone.
What are you talking about, John?
What is there, a crust?
Yeah, John's like cutting the crust off of a sandwich.
Yeah, the crust is the fat.
Yeah, eat the damn
Well, I
crust.
eat-
Wait, do you not eat the
child.
crust?
No, I eat the crust. He just said there's no crust, but it is like the fat is the crust.
Yeah, so you're basically saying you're like a child.
Yeah, eat the crust. Eat the fat.
I think
I-
Nick just admitted he's a child.
I eat crust because you're supposed to eat the crust.
Just like
the
the
You're
crust
fat.
is
supposed to
fine
eat
to
the fat.
eat.
It's a steak.
You're
I
not
don't think you're
supposed
supposed
to eat the fat.
I had a strip last night. Ate the fat.
Mm.
Not like by itself. It wasn't like dangling a piece of fat. You know,
Well, that's
It
what you're saying.
no, but like I cut it, across, and there was a fat cap on the end, and so each little piece had a cap of fat on it.
Mm,
Nice.
No big deal.
okay.
No big deal.
No big deal.
NBD. I'm a New York strip guy. Not as much fat on those.
There was a lot of fat on the one. There's a lot of
Yeah,
fat
I'm a
on that
ribeye
one.
boy.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I don't really care. I like all the steaks.
I do too.
I just set up my
Sure.
anniversary dinner at a lovely steakhouse here in Omaha
Oh,
in a couple weeks.
Nice.
Oh wow, yeah.
that's a far out res.
Couple weeks is a far out reservation.
Yeah, but there's some
Feels like
places
it.
where you
Is
better,
it?
Yeah.
you better get it out there, or
Yeah.
else you're not going to get in. Especially if
is-
it's a weekend.
This is one of those places, and it is.
Ooh, I wonder what place you're going to.
We go there every year. This will be the third time.
I don't know if we've talked about which place you go to. I'll ask you off air.
Okay.
We're going to a place that we have gone to now the last couple of years, and we're going to do it again in August.
Gonna
Tacos?
get some tots.
I will not get tots.
Is it where you like to go for lunch? Your favorite place with the margaritas and the tacos?
Oh, no. We
Oh.
go that's our dating anniversary spot.
Oh,
so we didn't go
my
there this
bad.
year, which I think we realized our dating anniversary is now just
Gone.
yeah, it's just kind
See you later.
of there now. Like, all right, cool. That's a fun day,
Nice.
but
Well, it's it's the lesser of the anniversaries.
yeah, I think she was sick, and so it was just like, well, I guess we just won't go, and then we just never went. So we'll go at some point in time.
That's
But,
all right.
yeah.
That's all right. You can have too many anniversaries.
That's true. You don't want to have to. Yeah, it's a lot of gifts.
Birthdays, anniversaries.
Kyle says, so Joth doesn't like the mouthfeel of cream cheese, but loves the fat or loves to bar on steak fat. I don't know what that means, but yes, I do like steak fat.
See, that's odd. You don't like cream cheese.
So chewy. I don't know.
Cream cheese is not.
No, I
cheap.
was talking about the fat again.
Oh,
I don't know.
man, I had some good bagels this weekend.
Oh, me too.
Oh, I put
Plain ass bagels.
No, John, peanut butter.
You put
White
peanut
people
butter
bagels?
on
It was so good.
Do you like peanut butter?
It's
I think it's too. That seems like it's too much for a bagel.
Oh no! If you get a blueberry bagel, put some peanut butter on there. Oh,
Nah,
That is
After a
white.
run, John.
you get some strawberry cream cheese on
it's
that
white,
bagel.
but it's delicious.
Interesting.
Stib says you're taking your bride to Broncos.
No,
Mm,
you don't
Omaha
need a
food fight runner
you
up.
don't need a reservation there.
you do not.
no.
That is true.
No, you don't.
What would happen if you tried to call in a reservation for
That
Broncos?
would
Would
be
they just
funny.
be like, "We don't do that," or do you think they'd roll with it?
If you did what?
Try to call into a place like Broncos and get a reservation.
That would be funny. Remember when
They'd
people
be
used
really
to do
confused.
radio bits? We should do that live over the air right now. Call
What?
Broncos and ask him for a reservation and see what they say.
That's an awesome idea.
Pick up the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Lame radio phone bits.
Lame.
Remember when people used to do lame radio phone bits? Prank calls, John? Remember prank calls?
Oh, I know all the prank calls.
you
I
those
know
prank
all
calls?
the prank calls.
It's not that part. It's the cable part. Take a commercial break and let's look at it. This is unreal.
We're in the middle of a segment.
Chris wants us to
I'm
take a
go-
commercial break.
We're on the air still right now. Chris, I was sitting over here for 4 hours, no issues. Michael was over here with no dongle directly in his computer, kicked him out every single time he touched the cable. So you're no, it's the mic. It's the camera's fault.
Blaming Michael.
No, I'm blaming the
No, not you,
camera.
him.
Oh, because he's black
That's what you
And he
were
had
saying.
white people
Yeah.
tacos.
and he had white people tacos. Damn it, Michael. Odson has commented on the YouTube.
Interesting.
Glad we're doing this over the air. What the actual F?
Over about the camera?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Well, we're not. We're not.
I guess we're not.
doing it.
We're not doing it.
Stib says Chris loves to ruin things.
Wow.
Wow.
Ruin things?
Hmm.
I mean, he gets things done.
He
He
gets
does.
things done.
He gets
Yeah.
so many.
I think
things done.
you replaced this camera not too long ago.
I guess
right?
it's time to replace
you
the
remember
second one.
I
Yeah, I
don't-
do
Second
remember.
camera has been replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this has been replaced.
Nice.
A second camera replacement has hit the studio.
Yeah, we're gonna need that.
We need the cameras working for when we get the paint. When we get the paint.
Well, then the other studio.
What are they going to paint this thing? I
What
thought
color?
we just painted this not
we did.
that long.
It's not that. It's not that long ago.
No, we're going with a sea spray for our office.
What is C?
What?
Oh, for your office.
You get to
Yeah.
pick?
It's like a green. We had a choice of 4. There was 3 that looked gray, and then 1 that was kind of green.
And you picked green?
Oh,
The 3 of us did.
so you guys get to pick what's in your office. We don't get to pick what's in here.
I guess not.
This
Unreal.
is kind of our office.
I say
Yeah.
blue, John. What say you? Blue, like Creighton blue.
That would trigger everybody.
Put a big blue jay right there.
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to paint it like
Red?
backdrop green. So we can put like
Wasn't that the original idea?
so we could put like backdrops back
I think
there.
that was the original idea.
That
Green
was an
screen.
idea.
That was
we could-
an idea that was
Yeah.
had.
and we can look like, early 80s cable access.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look at this technology. It looks like I'm in the ocean.
But then
Hey, now I'm on top of the Empire
I'm in
State
space like
Building.
But then one
And
day-
you get that
Katy Perry.
weird like haze that goes around
And we'll
the
forget and we'll wear a green shirt and suddenly
Yeah.
we're going to be blending
outline. Oh
in
my
with the
God,
wall.
look at this. There's a lion's head in the middle of my chest.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Could be fun.
Mhm.
A lot of possibilities.
We can get that same effect on StreamYard right now if we wanted to.
Oh, it looks like trash.
exactly.
Otson has followed up. Let's replace the camera, the mics, the computers. How about the whole studio?
Interesting.
Great idea.
Tremendous idea. There's so many studios in this building.
We don't even have to move that far.
There's one very close by.
Very close.
Very close by.
Very, very close.
Big window.
And it's got a separate room
Huge.
so we can keep our Nick.
Oh, gosh, yes. Put him in there and lock the door.
As long as you feed me and water me twice a day.
We'll do what we can.
Yeah, but the problem is, what's on the menu? White people tacos.
Oh, no,
Oh,
Nick.
no.
Every day.
I can't lower myself to eating this.
Every day.
Mm.
Mm.
Sad.
So do we get say on what we paint what color we paint our next studio?
It seems like we get no say.
You got no say in anything.
Do sea spray. There.
All right, what is sea spray?
It's like a green color.
I'm guessing it's like an aqua, light aqua, right?
Can't believe
right?
that.
John, you are exactly correct.
A green office?
Oh, did I just kick myself out? No,
Oh,
thankfully.
nope.
It's
You're good.
okay. It's all right.
So we had 4 options, and most of them were like shades of gray, and then that one.
It's always so dark
fun.
in that room you guys are in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they
do
have
that
the
on
soft
purpose.
lighting.
It's chill.
It's chill.
It's chill.
It's
And
Poll question.
chill.
I grew up with so much fluorescent lighting in my elementary school, just fluorescent lighting and white concrete walls,
Oh.
that any kind of fluorescent lighting makes me go crazy.
Odson says, remember, Nick mandates we have the lights off at all times.
That's true.
True.
He's a big lamp guy.
I like the lamps.
It's so he can sneak in bites of his white people tacos without people
Nobody
seeing
sees it. Nick, what are you eating over there?
Nothing.
It's
I was
normal.
getting weirded out by the people who don't like the overhead lights, but then have 9 lamps to replace the overhead lights. I'm like, what's the difference?
It's
Why
a
don't we just
different.
turn
It's a
on one?
different.
It's a different
level.
tone.
Vibe.
I
It's
understand.
a little
Nick,
more.
I understand.
Thank you.
Dave Tepper was that way. He hated the overhead lights, and he had a lamp in his office.
We never use the overhead lights downstairs in our basement.
Yeah, it's so bright. I
It's
understand.
too bright.
I'm just
Harsh.
saying.
It's just harsh.
Once,
Yeah,
at a
it's
certain
ugly.
point, you have so many lamps, you're trying to light the place
We
more.
I have 2 lamps that I use.
In that, yes. I'm just saying. If there's
and
a case
Josh
where,
has
like,
1 lamp.
Yes.
So there are
You guys
3
are good.
lamps in
There
there?
are 3 lamps.
What
in
about
there.
Jimmy? Does he have any lamps?
No, because he and I share a lamp.
No lamps for Jimmy. He gets hallway light. He gets a hallway
True.
lamp.
That's
Put
right.
a lamp out in the hallway.
I think we're converting a lot of people to the lamp offices too. I think everyone in the hallway has a lamp office now.
I guess we need lamp.
In here? Great
Sure.
idea. It would look awesome on the video. Shadows from behind.
No,
I
we,
love
but
lamp.
we put it right here.
Oh,
So
excellent
it's like
idea.
half and half.
That's a great idea.
It's
Everything-
artistic.
I love lamp.
We would look awesome in here. I would love to see how the morning show looks with that too.
With our new black
I mean, it would be
walls.
what it used to be, right? Just when they used those dimming lights instead.
Mm.
It'd be the same.
Oh, those?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like those lights.
No, I don't either.
Those lights.
Ah!
gross.
Oh, so gross.
bright.
Yeah, those suck.
Very bright.
All right. Well,
I guess you have to leave.
Bye.
bye.
So
Bye,
that,
Happer.
so that Josh can get his camera looked at.
You can do it. Take a look in the carburetor.
Yeah, can you fix a lawnmower?
Hey, Sindelar, can you come and fix the camera carburetor too?
All right. See you tomorrow.
There he
Bye-bye.
is.
Goodbye.
That's Connor Happer. That's the crossover. It's brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. If we were getting the concrete fixed here, we would call Everlevel.
Yeah, they're not fixing our wall.
But
though.
Everlevel does
Just
not
needs
do
paint.
painting
No, they don't need.
that I know of.
Yeah, maybe they do. You never know.
But then it would be Everlevel Concrete Repair and Painting.
Nice.
But it's just Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com, 1620 the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, my goodness. There's part of me that wishes they were still playing that round of golf yesterday. It was so weird and wacky. Crazy stuff.
Want to keep watching golf?
It was good.
You?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, imagine it like basically Rory was Brett Favre.
No.
Wait, which Brett Favre?
Well, in terms of the
There's only one, Nick.
In terms of the
right, but like embezzlement or football?
okay, stop. I'm talking about as an athlete and the way they perform.
Okay.
Because it was at one moment the highest of highs, and in the next moment the lowest of lows, and then right after that the highest of highs. That's why I've always said Brett Favre is one of my favorite players of all time, because he was the most exciting. You never knew what kind of crazy crap he was going to pull out of his butt.
Sure.
Think of it like Brett Favre with zero personality. That's what it was yesterday.
Wow. You are so triggered by
I'm
Rory.
not triggered.
You have put out many tweets. You have responded to many people, and then you even put out two poll questions about the guy.
I put out.
You don't even like golf, and you keep talking and tweeting and texting about Rory.
Sounds like he's living rent-free in John's head.
I think so.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You put out a poll question.
I did, because I was curious.
You start the show by making fun of the guy. I think he does live rent-free in your head. And you don't even like golf.
No, I wouldn't
This be
say
like me
that.
like opening the show talking about baseball for some reason. I would never stoop to such lows. I think maybe you like Rory.
Nah.
I think John likes him, Nick.
I think he might a little bit. I think a little tiny piece of John that he doesn't want to fully
Well,
admit to.
What's the appeal?
You
Tell
asked
us.
that question.
That's why I asked the question. Because I was genuinely curious.
Well,
As someone who is not a fan and tends to root against him.
Sure.
And it's not because
He's Scottish.
he's like this jerk store of a person. He's not a bad
It's
person.
because he's not American.
No. I like you got to remember, Miguel Angel
That's one guy.
Jimenez was a good goal. I liked him.
Okay.
I liked Arnie.
You just like saying name. Is it because, well, you do the weird thing with his name. What do you usually call him?
Call who?
You just go. Rrr. So you should like him.
It gives him some personality. But I'm curious, what is the appeal?
I like him now because I used to hate the guy. I used to root against
Okay,
him.
well
all
then
the
you're a
time.
perfect person to ask this question. What's the appeal?
I started liking him more when I heard an answer that he gave about. Am I just moving away now? All right, cool. I was going to have a very serious take.
Well, go ahead. You can have
Look
a
at that
serious
Have
camera.
a take.
You can have a serious take. That looks like the exact same camera that replaced.
No,
this
it's
one.
different. I can tell it's a little different.
No. That looks like
Oh.
the camera that Chris replaced this camera with.
Oh, nice.
Welcome to the Cool Camera Club.
Is that what they're calling this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can wait. John, you want to do the grum down and then I can tell you what's
Sure.
cool about Rory?
It's a mad McIlroy world.
See, there
Thank
it
you,
is
Chris.
again. He likes him.
No, that's literally to describe the crazy round of golf that was yesterday.
By your favorite golfer.
No. David Ubben will join us from The Athletic. Nice job, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
You didn't make Josh look any better, though.
Oh, look at all the. Whoa, it's so bright.
James Williams and pot roast make a stew. Get it? Ah! Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along. Oh, by the way, David Ubben of The Athletic joining us on the
Oh, nice get,
on
Nick.
the Nico flap from over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Creighton has added another shooter. Michael Severe Mondays. The jury is back with a verdict on new look spring football. Dead on arrival.
Yeah, nobody likes it anymore.
Postseason hooky and professional basketball begin this week.
Yes,
so
it
we're going to be in
does.
the NBA postseason for what, the next 3 months? 4 months?
It'll be 2+. It usually gets
It's
over
such
around
a long
the.
postseason.
It is.
Why is
It's-
that bad?
It is ridiculously long. You're
so
correct.
imagine you like the postseason, Nick. Why are you triggered that it's lasting a long time?
It should be like ice cream. You don't eat ice cream every day. Have it every
You
once
don't
in
have
a
to
while.
watch it every day.
Postseason is supposed to be special.
It is special.
It's
It's 2
special
months
be-
of
it's-
specialness.
If it's 2 months, then it's not special.
That's-
It is to me.
it-
You are
No,
obsessed
it's
with.
not. You don't like the NBA. You said so yourself.
I watch the playoffs. Nick, how you can't say something isn't special because it's 2 months when you like college baseball, which is 4.
But you know how long the postseason in college baseball
A
is?
month.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Well,
Ah,
3 weeks.
4.
3.5 weeks.
That's almost 4, which is almost a month. It's almost a month.
Which is half of the NBA.
I know, and I
the
love watching
NHL
it.
and the NHL that
Yeah,
both last forever.
What does everyone always say about the NHL?
Oh, it's postseason sports. They skate around sometimes.
That's what they say.
No, they-
cocaine. There's the cocaine.
if they
tweet.
don't skate around, then they're not moving.
That's true. They're probably sitting down. They're probably.
What
sitting
would not skating be in hockey?
Standing.
Anti-traveling.
I guess so. That's a good question.
And the Huskers and Jays lose some important conference series over the week.
Oh man, they suck at baseball. All right.
Oh, now stop it. Now,
All right.
you were going to say something serious because
Yeah.
that is the subject of one of the 2 poll questions today.
Yes. Okay. So
What is the appeal?
what's the appeal? I didn't like him, and then they played in the Ryder Cup is every 2 years, and he had an answer. Let's see. I lived in Midtown, so it would have been 2021 is
Mhm.
what it would have been, right?
Mhm.
Because they just did the Ryder. There will be the Ryder Cup this year, if I remember right. And he had this great answer, and I can't quote it right now because I don't have it in front of me, about the Ryder Cup and what it meant to him as, it's America versus the Europeans, right? Is what the Ryder
So
Cup
you're
is.
rooting for him because he's anti-American.
I just loved his answer. And you could see, I do think that he is authentic, and I know that word I've heard that word 1,000 times since yesterday. I think that he, means what he says, and I think he is true to himself. So I like that about him. And
Aren't most golfers like that, though?
no, I don't think so. I think most golfers are not authentic.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, because define authentic, because I mean,
I don't think
there's
he's
not a lot of-
stage like
there's not a
Tiger
lot of
was
person-
stage managed throughout so much of his career.
well, he
you know?
was, but I'm saying, I mean, Rory's a lot like a lot of golfers, where it's usually a more muted personality.
Sure. I think that his failures, though, are a part of the reason why I have come to I was rooting for him yesterday. My dad and I were watching together, and I was rooting for him because of his failures and because the final round's unfolding. And I don't know how many times were you watching thinking, "Yep, he's going to fail again." I mean, he starts the day with a double. He has the double late in the round. He misses the putt on 18 the first time, and it's like every chance for him to really put the tournament out of reach, he completely melted down. And then he came back. So in a way, he only could win the Masters like this, but also I think that makes him more human too, is that he's not Tiger, and no golfer is, right? But a lot of the greats, when they've won the Masters, have had that moment where we only remember them for the good.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas his final round is going to be marred by, my dad kept saying it throughout. He's like, this is like Greg Norman. This is like Greg Norman. This is like Greg Norman. And it almost was like Greg Norman. Now, which Greg Norman time you want to point to, but he almost had that, and then he won. And so I like it that I watch the guy and it's like, man, he fails on this scene and then he still is able to
Right, but that
overcome.
was just yesterday. You obviously went into this with
Well, he
the
hasn't won a
notion.
major since 14. He was the it kid for many years, and he melted
He
it.
was, but see, that was one of the reasons I took exception, because me and Mustache Adam went around a little bit, and he was talking about the whole majors. People forget, since the last time he won a major, he was the world's #1 golfer on a couple of occasions. He obviously helped win the Ryder Cup. But I'm just saying, he was not a failure.
No, but if you're #1 and then you don't win the things that matter the most, it's like having the best record in the NFL and not winning the Super Bowl.
And that's
Nobody
fine.
cares.
And that's fine if you're arguing it from you're just a casual, because casuals only care about the majors.
Plus, that's just a diehard golf fan.
But and that's why his argument was ridiculous.
No, how can you tell the
because
no.
you can't be the #1 golfer in the world and say, "Oh my God, he suffered for so long."
But he did.
No,
You
he
can't-
didn't. No, you cannot be the #1 golfer, ranked #1
John
in
doesn't
the
care.
world.
You can't
and be
tell the
suffering.
diehard. You can't tell the diehard golf. Like if you're viewing it from but no, that's how casuals feel. No, that's how the diehards feel. Everyone who covers the sport is like, he has overcome so much to finally do this.
He finished top 10 in
John,
like
that-
21 out of what, 36 majors? I
Awesome.
mean, that's success.
It's a zero-sum game, though. Are you serious? Golf is about.
Are you serious?
Golf
It's
is
not like
about-
he went winless for 18 years.
Is golf about finishing number 2 and that being great, or is it about winning the whole thing? Greg Norman doesn't get celebrated.
Yeah,
for
but you
finishing
can't,
second a
you
million
can't
times.
argue that because this isn't like football where you had to go out and win 12, 13, 14 games out of 13, 14, or 15 games. You're not going to win every tournament. You win 4 or 5 tournaments a year. That's a successful
But he
year.
hasn't won any of the majors. He hadn't won any of the majors in over a decade.
You see, that's why, I mean, I get it. Listen, I get it. If you want to look at it from, hey, he hasn't won a major in a while, that's fine. But to say that he's been through some long-suffering thing.
He has.
No.
Mason Daniels, so the Bills didn't suffer 4 years in a row? Yeah, the Cowboys have been the 1 seed how many times? But I haven't suffered because they had a lot of regular season success.
The Bills ain't never won it before.
Okay, but
He's
what about
won it before.
Are the Cowboys fans long-suffering? Am I a long-suffering Cowboys fan? Even though I've had a lot of success. I've won 12 games. My teams have won 12 games in the regular season, which is like winning the FedEx Cup.
Okay, but you can't. Okay, he won the FedEx Cup.
Exactly. That's like 12 wins in the regular season. Did he win the thing that matters?
I can't. Listen,
I'm explaining it, and you just don't like the explanation.
I think it's a poor explanation
So-
because I think it's a weird explanation.
But why is it? It's only weird because you're not a diehard yourself, and so I think you're having trouble wrapping your head around the fact that the people that cover and watch the sport.
But
weekly,
if you are a diehard and
Yeah.
you've seen this guy be consistently very good,
except
to
when
great.
it matters the most in this one tournament,
in this tournament,
sure, and that's the other part of it.
okay, well, you didn't say that before.
Well, he had never won this, and remember he had the
Right.
famous meltdown of
but
But
he's one of now what? It's one of 6 players all time to win the career
But
Grand
think
Slam.
of how fast he did it. It's like Brady, not to keep going back to football. Tom Brady rips through 3 and 4 years, and he is the guy. And then it takes a decade. And when he got back and finally won it again, that was like, wow, Tom finally did it again. Even though it's laughable to say he was long suffering, but he was for him, for the greats. If you're going through a long stretch of time without winning the thing, you're long suffering.
I disagree, but I'm asking the question, what is it? So you were in for the history.
No, I was happy for him as a person.
Okay.
I was in the history is cool too, but I was happy for him.
Yeah.
Like the emotion, I thought, when he won.
I mean, he did show a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
At the end. It was just weird to watch that final pairing because you have this idea of DeChambeau being this very objectionable guy. And yet, if you were just plopped in out of outer space and just were watching the body language and everything about the tournament, you probably would have gravitated toward Bryson and said, this is a guy I want to root for. I mean, he's slapping high fives with people all the time in the way, and while Rory seemed more mechanical, your typical robotic golfer, which is fine, by the way, because that's how many of the great ones have acted. But it was fascinating to watch that juxtaposition yesterday until Bryson completely went.
See, and it's interesting you say that because I viewed it more, not that he was being robotic, but more that he was so inside of his head that every shot that he took, good or bad,
he did take a long time.
And I thought that that's what it was. It wasn't that he is not like personal or whatever. And Bryson certainly is, right? Bryson plays to the crowd now. The crowd has a much different relationship with him.
Yeah, he has turned him.
So apparently he has
around.
he has like a YouTube channel that is very popular with the youngs. And so I think that that's a big part of it. Look, I think politics play a part in it too, who he supports. And so, I think that has happened. Meanwhile, I think Rory in his head, every shot in his head, in his head. So I guess I didn't watch him thinking, man, he's just being a robot. I just viewed him as like, I thought he was going to crack almost all day long. Every time he made a mistake, and he did. And then he kept coming back.
He did, but he came back. It was fun to watch. It truly was. This is one of the more entertaining rounds. The only thing that it was lacking, all the rest of the guys down the leaderboard,
I know,
had so many chances to make it really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it still was. I mean, Justin Rose certainly golfed very well and had the best round of the day and rallied back and was in position to win it at the end. But that was the only thing that was really missing.
Yeah, Rose did a tremendous job of putting himself in the mix, but everybody else, it was like, ooh, is this going to be this guy's turn?
Yeah.
No. Even when Rory came back with the 3 over on those 2 holes late, everyone else then still faltered except for Rose, It was a wild Sunday, not for the reasons I thought. Like the first couple holes happened, and I don't know if you were watching them, but
No, I did.
he doubles and Bryson suddenly in the lead. And it's like, okay, well, there goes all that drama of how long is it going to take for him to catch him, and then suddenly, they switched
Well, but
again.
for Bryson, it was a slow bleed.
Yeah.
From that moment on, it was just a slow bleed of just like he's just
Well, there was that one
faltering
time,
and faltering and faltering and faltering.
whatever, he got a double or maybe just a regular bogey, and suddenly he's not even on the main little leaderboard of the top 5 anymore. It's like, wow, to think of where this guy was after 2 holes and where he is now. Pretty crazy.
By the way, the results of the poll question, we're going to get to David Ubben here in just a moment. 37% of you were cheering for Rory because he was making history. 34% like his story.
That was me.
19% were not cheering for him, and 10% because he is their favorite golfer.
Wow, so that's a lot of people cheering for him.
Well, that's why I got the sense. And that's why I asked the question, because I always got the impression that he wasn't terribly likable. But yeah, it was fascinating to watch so many people, on his side. And I thought personally, a lot of it was they want to see the history.
I think it was more the personality. No, I guess the poll question says it's split.
Right.
Some of it, some of this, some of this, some of this.
402-951-1620 if you want to join us on the text line.
You can always do so.
Josh doesn't allow calls anymore.
I would love to hear a call. Call us.
You're going
to
hear David Ubben on the call. Here
See, I love phone calls with guests.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. We have another poll question out there in regards to James Williams.
Oh, God.
Who said some stuff this weekend that got half of you fired up.
Yeah.
And then Terrence Knighton came to the rescue. You can go vote now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, or hit us up in the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. No matter what you think of either Rory or Bryson or Justin or all those other guys on the golf course yesterday, they weren't Nico.
No, they were not.
And you didn't have dad swooping in out of outer space.
No.
Imagine if Rory's dad would have, you know what? I don't think you should make this putt, son, because you need to hold out for another $5 million.
That's the good part about these other sports. You don't have to worry about dads tweeting things.
No kidding.
I guess maybe with some players you do.
1620 the zone.
Host is Rose.
Well, over the weekend, Tennessee had themselves quite a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It all started with a report. Was it Thursday or Friday? Friday.
Yeah.
From On3 that Nico Iamaleava. Did I say that right?
Iamaleava.
Iamaleava.
Yeah.
I had it worked out differently in my head the whole weekend. Might be on the transfer block.
Mm-hmm.
And it got Nico's dad all fired up, sent off a tweet about how irresponsible the reporter was, called the reporter a name. And then, when you know who won the pony, come Friday practice for the Tennessee spring game, Nico nowhere to be found. And then on Saturday, Josh Heupel confirmed what now was a badly kept secret, and that is Nico's gone.
Yeah.
Some really good reporting on this done over the weekend by the friends at The Athletic, and one of those reporters, David Ubben, joins us on the hotline this afternoon. David, good afternoon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
In terms of how quickly this all took place, at least from our perspective, certainly conversations had been happening behind the scenes for quite a while, but considering the timetable of how everything dropped in basically a 3-day period, how surprising was everything that transpired from Thursday on?
Well, these negotiations have been, we call them negotiations. I mean, it's more of an ask, and less charitable interpretation would be a demand. I think it happening, going back to the winter portal window opening. I think what surprised people at Tennessee and in general was that it got to this point where you're holding out, you're leaving practice, you're sort of just leaving that late in spring practice, because obviously the team that you've been fighting with alongside for, 2.5 years, it leaves them in a tough spot. Starting quarterback leaves in practice 14 to 15 in the spring. A lot of programs would call that a disaster. We've seen guys blow out a knee around that time, and you're scrambling. So I think that surprised a lot of people, that it got to that point where you can demand all these things, you can ask for all these things, and be engaged with the collective, but that it gets to the point where you're walking away. I don't know that anybody at Tennessee really thought it would come to that.
David, maybe a more of a bigger picture question for my first, and that's, are you surprised that something like this, publicly holding out, all these things, took until now, or is the bigger surprise that it still did ultimately happen for you?
Well, it's only been, 2-3 years since there's been pretty, real money pumped into these programs. So I think something like this was going to happen eventually. A guy as high profile as Nico, making this much money, obviously, and at a major program. I don't know that necessarily was locked in, but, as a lot of people have pointed out, and we kind of touched on in our piece, Tennessee's been kind of the lynch point for a lot of this NIL stuff. I wrote a story profiling their collective, in early 2022, I think it was. Yeah. That, hey, they had engaged with like 9 guys and signed 7 of them, and most of those were 6-digit deals. And they were eyeing Nico at the time, and you signed Nico to a $2 million deal, which obviously we reported at the time, and that got a lot of people talking, and certainly reset the market. And then, of course, the NCAA lawsuit in Tennessee and Virginia that basically kind of turned a lot of these contracts from wink into the NCAA can't stop you anymore, and sort of being explicit about what this is, to now the first holdout. So, they've kind of been on the front lines of this from the start. So I probably shouldn't be surprised that it happened, at this place with this kind of, program. But they've made a lot of firsts in Knoxville in the NIL front.
David Ubben of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. As late as Thursday, he, shows up to taco night with the other quarterbacks and the quarterback's coach, and there was no signs that, he wasn't going to be there the next day, and then he wasn't. Certainly, there's been a lot of reporting on how much Nico's dad has been front and center in just how everything has gone behind the scenes. Do you think Nico was betrayed by his father's greed?
I mean, that's strong language. I think I mean, it's not Shakespeare necessarily. I think, like we wrote in the story, I think there's a lot of people at Tennessee who believe that if Nico is making this decision in a vacuum, he would still be at Tennessee. And I think that's probably the simplest way to put it, I guess.
David, does something like this make it more likely of a like an upcoming or a CBA negotiation of some sort? Like, do situations like this cause coaches or administrators or athletic departments, whatever it is, does it cause them to say, all right, we have to wrap our arms around this in a different way to, if a guy's on a 1-year contract, fine, but maybe we would like to have a 2-year contract with a player. Do you think that this makes it more likely that something like that could happen?
I mean, well, Nico was on a 4-year contract. He was entering year 4 of his 4-year deal. So it's not necessarily multi-year deals. I mean, it's just that a lot of these aren't enforceable. Some of these deals do have buyouts. Every contract is different. But I think until you get to the point where you have something resembling a players' union, something resembling employment, something resembling a collective bargaining agreement, that you can't restrict this movement. And until you have that, if you don't have that, then you don't have an opportunity or the right to say you can't do this to players. But if you come to the table and you have something and they can negotiate something, resembling a CBA, where it's both sides, players, administration, coaches, sort of agree to terms of what these deals look like, then you can start to get a handle on that. There's multiple groups that are pushing to be sort of whatever the players' union looks like, and I think we're just a long way from that. You talk to them, and they would say that the transient workforce, where your top 25%, your top 25% of your performers every year are leaving the organization. This is a problem the NFLPA doesn't have, and you also have 32 teams with 53 guys on it versus 134 teams now with 100 and up to 105 scholarship guys. The numbers are daunting, and so that's part of it too. But I think ultimately, until you have that, there's nothing that you can do to curb player movement. And as we've seen with the Miami and Wisconsin issue over the offseason, even the portal windows are kind of fake. If somebody wanted to force their way out of somewhere when the portal windows weren't open, if you challenged that in court, you'd probably win. At this point, if you challenged anything in court that you could point to and say they're limiting my earning potential, you're probably going to win in court. And so until you have a CBA where there's all this talk about the new rules of college football. It's a lot of administrators, it's a lot of coaches, it's a lot of politicians, not a lot of players at that table. And until that happens, when a player wants to push on these rules that were made without them having a seat at the table, they're probably going to win in court.
David Ubben of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. So what did you take away from the players' reaction? Because you would think it would be some pretty polarized reaction within the locker room. Certainly, players look out for each other and they want to, defend a teammate. But then when a guy no longer is a teammate, it just seemed to me, reading some of the stuff out of Knoxville, it was a kind of a matter of fact type reaction from the locker room. What was your impression?
I think players are mad. I think they recognize also that it doesn't serve you to bury a kid in public. And I think they also recognize that some of the family dynamics that are at play here. And you talk to players. I talked to a bunch, on the sidelines from last year's team. Like, Nico is well liked. Like, you heard a lot. Like, he's a good dude. He was a guy that had the respect of his teammates. And obviously, on Friday, I think that changed when you do something as rash as disappearing. Well, I say disappearing, just not showing up to practice as a negotiating tactic, and it blew up. And I think ultimately that changes things. And I think guys are mad, but I think they're also, we talk about 18 to 22-year-olds. I think they're also mature enough to recognize that, like, killing the kid, just who does that serve? Maybe it makes you feel better for 30 seconds. And then, it doesn't reflect well on the program. So, I mean, Miles, it was interesting, Miles Kitselman and Arian Carter are both injured. They're not doing anything in the spring. That might be the first time that two injured players sat in a press conference after a spring game, maybe in college football history. But they're spokesmen for the team. And you can tell, especially with Miles Kitselman, an Alabama transfer, that they're mad and they're angry about how this played out. But ultimately, they've got no choice but to move forward and make the best of the situation. And so, I thought they handled it maturely.
David, what's next for Nico, and what's next for Tennessee? Like, where is a potential landing spot or landing spots for him, and where does Tennessee look now to shore up their quarterback room?
Well, I think certainly on the West Coast, makes interest. That's an interesting spot for Nico. You hear a lot about North Carolina. I think North Carolina, from a football perspective, makes a lot of sense for Nico. As far as what Tennessee does now, I mean, I think he just sort of canvass the country. You got 48 more hours until the portal opens. You've got $2.5 million that suddenly came off of your payroll. That's not a bad bargaining chip. And so I think they'll see if there's any interest. If there is people that are going to bite at that, it's a tough spot. You also got two really talented young quarterbacks. And so if they don't get anybody that they think would be a home run that they want to spend on, then maybe you spend that money to keep guys. And they certainly need a body. You bring maybe in somebody in that's understanding that maybe they can compete, but they're probably a backup. Because you can't have two scholarship quarterbacks going in the fall. So they're going to take somebody. I think that they'll be sniffing around the possibilities of some home runs or some starters at P4 schools because it is a good situation. But I think that could be just about anybody. Like I said, coming to Tennessee at a place that obviously cares a lot about college football, that you can probably get $2+ million, maybe more. That's an attractive lure in the transfer portal. And you got 48 hours before it opens. So we'll see.
At the same time, David, given the teams that have been named in connection with where Nico could go next, is there a chance that he overplayed his hand here and that he may end up with, at best, the same as he had at Tennessee or maybe less?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is probably, if Vegas was taking bets on this, I think going to a worse football situation for similar or worse money is on the table. I think almost certainly a worse football situation. From a money perspective, somebody might overpay. It just takes one, basically, that maybe they want to pay him. But, I was told, too, like in the locker room, like guys were talking about the taxes in California. Like if you get $3 million to go to UCLA or even $4 million, which, we'll see if they get that number that they were sort of chasing, Tennessee, cost of living, no state income tax, like these things are real and guys are dealing with this. And that was a conversation point. So, I think ultimately it's hard for me to look at this situation in totality and not say that it feels short-sighted at the cost of a football situation and making that road to the NFL where the real money is a little bit more uphill.
Yeah, David, and along those lines, and this is my last question, this was the first one of these types of situations where I really did think, I don't know if there is a winner here, and I don't think I've been able to say that with any other, transfer or whatever over the last few years. Is there a winner in this situation?
Well, maybe Josh Heupel if he goes 8-4 this year. I mean, if they, I think he won a lot of goodwill from public, but that only goes so far. Right now, he's the conquering champion and the guy who put his foot in the ground and drew the line in the sand. But all that gumption, it doesn't play as well if you go 6-6 in the fall. So if he can win, or be a similar team as people thought. I mean, people are kind of expecting, 7, 8, 9 wins around here. I think is kind of the where people were thinking this team would be. If you can do that without your starting quarterback, then I think some of that goodwill keeps playing. But if you struggle, nobody's going to care. And in fact, I think people look back and say, "Why didn't you just pay the kid?" And so it's a complicated situation.
David Ubben of The Athletic. David, we appreciate it on short notice. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David.
David Ubben joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Yeah, I think the answer to the question is there are no winners. Right now, there are no winners. I mean, Tennessee's down a starting quarterback and a very thin room. And no matter what kind of deal he can get, I think Nico lost a lot of face out of this. I mean, I saw people over the weekend who cover the pro side of things raising their eyebrows going, really? This is what you did?
And isn't the issue, it's both what he did, but that it is him who did it. He was fine. That we are not talking about a Heisman Trophy winning type quarterback, right?
Not today. We're not.
No, definitely not. And maybe his career turns out differently than I'm expecting it to. But I mean, he was in a very quarterback friendly offense there in Tennessee under Josh Heupel, and I find it hard to imagine that the situation on the field is going to be better. Now, maybe he's paid more, but because all it takes is one school, right? You just need one school that needs him, and suddenly they're going to do it. But you're right. Like in terms of the next steps with the NFL, he's going to now have to reprove himself in a variety of ways. But most notably, I would actually say on the field. Because if he's not worth it, if he's not worth the headache with his talent, then it's just going to be very easy for them to breeze on by and say, "Nah, we're good."
Well, and listen, he's got to go in and learn an entirely new system, whatever that system is, and he's going to have to do it over the course of one fall camp.
It's April 14th.
And that's it.
It's April 14th already.
This isn't a free agent quarterback in the NFL who's been, this isn't like a Kirk Cousins who's been around the block a few times.
Yeah.
This is a kid who's not even 21 years old yet.
Yeah, doesn't have a whole lot of starts under his
and
belt.
has very few starts under his belt and is walking into a situation, depending on the situation he walks into, most of them are going to demand, man, this dude better take us to the next level right away. And when you look at some of the teams who are now reportedly in on him, I don't know if he makes the kind of bank that he made at Tennessee. UCLA does not have that kind of money.
No, they do not.
If they do, then they've been hiding something, or they're able to, scrape up enough, quarters and nickels out of the couch cushions to come up with $4 million. Yeah. But man, this just feels like a situation that was very poorly played by Nico, his dad, his representatives, and the timing was just terrible. And because of that, whatever he's like in the locker room, whatever he's like as a person, he's going to have to win some folks over. Definitely. And like you said, it's going to be in this game. It is now different. And this is the drawback of the new era of college sports. When you're getting the kind of money you're getting, people are going to demand instant gratification.
Well, and especially in the way
you won't get much of a grace
in the way in which he left.
Yes.
I think you're right. Like people, there's some people who really don't like the idea of players making X amount of dollars, regardless of how they got to your school.
Sure.
But with him now in particular, there's suddenly going to be a bullseye on him. And in fairness, I guess there always has been. David mentioned it. There was reporting going back to when he was in high school about the 4-year, $8 million deal, which now it's funny because that's kind of a bargain for a starting quarterback in college football at a power league, right? But I remember when that story came out and the waves that it made, and I was wondering, wow, how's this player going to respond to it? He responded fair enough, well enough, that he was good. Again, he wasn't terrible. I just didn't think that he was like this game-changing guy that I was expecting him to be. All right, well, now he's going to go to another school, and all of this stuff is going to come back up, and there's all this frustration about him. And, he will be a very watched player. I can see it now, the first highlights or whatever. It will come up all over the country. The national highlight shows, even random local highlight shows. They put them on KETV here in Omaha. I remember Nico. Remember that story with Nico? Well, he went, 13 for 26 in his first game with UCLA. Didn't play very well. Mm-hmm. That stuff's going to happen.
Well, coming up, another college athlete didn't leave. Well, he already left his team. He's already with his new team.
Yeah.
Said a few things that got people fired up around here. Just how fired up were they? We'll find out next. The James Williams story with new stuff from Terrence Pot Roast Knighton.
Oh, boy.
On 1620 The Zone. But right now, if you are talking a lot about money, you want to save some money? Well, this spring, your home improvement company has a way to save money if you have been looking at a bathroom upgrade. It's their biggest sale of the year. You can transform your space and save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and a free shower pan or bathtub. So you can turn that bathroom into exactly what you want, a spa-like retreat. Maybe it's a new walk-in shower, just something that's more modern and functional. YHIC can make it happen, and with great financing, 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. So call today, 402-764-1720, and schedule a free in-home consultation with YHIC. Again, this is their biggest sale of the year. Don't miss out. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and a free shower pan or bathtub. So let me repeat, 402-764-1720. Call today, 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. It only happens once, and it's happening now. This month, their biggest sale of the year. Call YHIC today at 402-764-1720 and love the difference. One of the better stories of the season a year ago was the emergence of James Williams and kind of the reclamation project that he became. He was a kid who kind of came from off the radar and found a unique specialty that he could attach himself to at Nebraska. Obviously, a coach that he was very attracted to, and Terrence Knighton, and it turned out to be a pretty decent story. And then, as kids will do, they will transfer. And he did. He transferred. He's following his defensive coordinator and his defensive line coach to Florida State. James Williams is now a Seminole.
That is actually what this topic is about today, Nick.
Well, it is. So Josh Peterson, James Williams, shaking hands emoji. So those of you who hate what James Williams has said, basically Josh told him what to say. So email him, Josh at 1620.
Damn it. Why did you tell the audience that part about it?
Well, if you're wondering what all the fuss is about, here is what he said, and we'll hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yes.
This isn't going to be reading what he said. This is actually what he said. Yes, it is important because you can hear tone.
Yeah.
You can hear context.
You can hear him say there's no offense intended 1,000,000 times.
You can hear him eat hay and neigh.
Nice, Nick.
What?
You said it was straight from the horse's mouth.
Here's James Williams. This is courtesy of the warchant.com, one of their podcasts.
Sounds like you feel like there's been an upgrade in overall talent and versatility that Tony has to work with here in Tallahassee. Is that an accurate descriptor?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty accurate. That's no like disrespect to my boys from Nebraska. Obviously, a lot of them play there. I love and appreciate them. I just think like some of the guys that we have down here are built different. Not like again, literally no disrespect. It's literally like we went from Ty Robinson, who will be a second-round pick, should be a first-round pick in my opinion. He's a dog. He weighed 290, 300 and was like 6'5" and moved well. Daryl Jackson makes him look small. And again, no disrespect to Ty. He'll be a dog in the league. He'll be great. Daryl Jackson makes him look small. A lot of the guys in the D-line room are like that. It just kind of like that Southern mantra of guys from the South who are, big, like the not like the big corn-fed boys, but not corn-fed, if that makes sense.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like it's just bigger bodies, different speeds. Obviously, football reigns supreme down here, so it's a different speed. But I'm really liking where we're at with our guys. I really like that where we're at in the defense and where we're at like throughout spring ball. There's a couple of things to clean up, but I think we're going to get it all done.
So that's part of what he said yesterday. And it was part of like a 20-minute long interview. He was also asked a question about, what it was like to be in Lincoln. And the quote was, if you took Fort Dodge and put a bunch of trains going through the middle of it, it made it pretty industrial. It's the same town. And so people took a slight at that. Like, last time I checked, Lincoln prided itself on being the big, small town. They like that. So I think that's kind of what he was going for there. But to see some of the reaction was rather interesting. And again, this is why I wanted to play the audio versus just read it.
Because it definitely comes across way different than when you read the quotes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he's answering the question, I don't get the vibe that he was intending to piss anybody off. If anything, if he's guilty of anything, it's what most people do in that situation, and that is they're talking up their new thing. They're talking up their new teammates because these are the guys he has chosen to go to battle with.
Uh-huh.
And so, and yeah, has he probably leaned into some of the, the old tropes of, SEC speed, even though Florida State's not an SEC school, but, Southern speed, Southern size, just how much better football is in the South than in other parts of the country. Sure, he's probably leaned into that a little bit. But I think if he's guilty of anything, it's that, hey, he's talking up his teammates.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably overgeneralizing just a little bit. But nothing I heard in there made me go, wow, this kid had just taken a blowtorch to the last couple of years of his life and just burned every bridge with every fan he ever had. By the way, for those of you who were listening in the car and couldn't see the video we were playing back, he was doing the interview from either his apartment, dorm room, wherever he's living, and he's got his Nebraska framed jerseys up on the wall behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he was ashamed of his experience.
Yeah.
I think
So that's how it came across to me.
I think people just like to be pissed.
People love being mad. People love being very, very mad.
Yes,
Aaron
they
says,
do.
let's not miss that it's an incredibly leading question. He maybe could be a bit more gracious for Rule finding him, but my lord, that's a nothing burger in my opinion. The thing that it reminded me of, John, was something that Brian Munson reported on Husker Online within the last month in Tunnel Talk, and I'll just read from it. When Munson says, I heard Spindler has told the team that NU is more talented right now than Notre Dame was last season. That same Fighting Irish team went to the CFP championship. Spindler believes that the Huskers have to believe in their abilities, and that is what is going to get them over the hump. Now
That's a good catch.
That is behind the scenes.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, in fairness to this whole situation, that's reported something from Munson that he has heard, so we don't have audio of that. But the point that I am ultimately trying to make is, what do you expect the guy to do? You go to a new place. Nico will go to a new place, and you know what? He's going to say
He's
better.
going to talk him up.
This is better, more talented, better coach team than anybody. Everybody does this. Everybody in the pros does this. Everybody in college does this.
The difference is
Next station it goes to, he's going to say, the zone, I hated working at this. He'll say that stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
Josh
but-
sucked and he had big teeth.
But
Exactly.
again, nothing that he
I don't mean
said in there was, I hated my time there. I didn't like these people. Remember, he followed two of the most influential people in his young life. So in a lot of ways, folks will say, well, Rule gave him and he did. But remember, he was closer to Knighton than he was to Rule.
Mm-hmm.
And nowhere in there did he say, oh, man, my experience at Nebraska was terrible. These people suck. He was more, again, if he's guilty of anything, he's guilty of talking up his current teammates and maybe leaning into some, generalities that we have. And that's it.
Yeah.
But the catch there on the what was reported said by Spindler, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of people from Notre Dame losing their minds and go, oh my God, I can't believe you said this. I didn't hear any disrespect in there.
Well, and I'm guessing that people around here were like, hell yeah.
Of course.
This sounds great.
Of course.
This sounds amazing. Hey, if Dane Key starts saying, wow, I really like this. I like the quarterback here more than I like the quarterback at Kentucky. I like what Matt Rule is doing more than I like what Stoops is doing there.
Mark Stoops.
No one is going to view that as...
They'll love it.
They're not going to view it as a negative of Kentucky. They're viewing it as a positive of Nebraska. And I know that, the joke again that he kept saying, I mean this with no offense intended. And look, anytime you say, John, no offense, but okay, so you're about to give me some offense here. So I understand that. But I viewed it more as he's being positive about Florida State than he is being negative about Nebraska. Kevin Kugler has tweeted in, I loved working at the Zone. Way more talented there than at Florida State. Take that, FSU.
I told you it was a lateral move at best.
Cats are funny says the question was leading as heck, but you can also talk up one thing without pulling something down. Kid just kind of seems like he needs a little media training. The last sentence is probably true, but I would say this. He said all that he did about Ty Robinson, and he was like, look, I think he should be a first rounder.
Yeah.
He's going to be a second, but I think he should be. But also, we have another guy who I think is even better. That doesn't have to be a negative. If there's one thing, and Happer said this earlier, and I do agree with him, where when he talks about how they care about football down here, I guess I can understand why Nebraska fans would say, whoa, what are you talking about? We love football up here more than anybody loves football. People just don't like being told that.
Again, that's where I go back to, using some of the same tropes about Southern football, how it's faster and bigger and stronger and more popular here than it is anywhere else.
Correct.
That's why I've said for a while, Nebraska may have moved into the wrong conference. They have a lot more in common with
The
SEC schools
100%.
than they do with their Big Ten brothers.
Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do. Jed says, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Jed says Nebraska fans are such soft little bitches. But then again, I wish they wouldn't keep showing us how childish they are. Along those lines, Venmo Chris, I'll repeat what I said to Happer earlier. Nebraska fans are soft. They need to quit their crying, quit being victims, and losing your minds over nothing.
They're now, again, I'm going to share the results of the poll question here in just a second. But in the initial response that I saw yesterday, and by the way, most of this got wind up here thanks to Caleb Henry's story on Husker Max.
Mhm.
That's the first place I saw it.
Same.
So
Because this happened on Wednesday, and I didn't see anything about it until the weekend.
correct. Yeah, this podcast that we just played the audio from was almost a week ago.
Mhm.
So it came to the attention. People glommed onto it, but a lot of the initial reaction did seem rather hysterical. And again, there's a difference. I think if you absorbed it the first time by reading it versus hearing it or seeing it, you might have a different tune.
And I did. Because I read it and then heard it. And
That's what I did.
I was like, whoa, that is spicy. And then I heard it. I was like, never mind.
It really wasn't.
That's mild as white people tacos.
Hell yeah.
Patrick writes, JW, James Williams, must have heard Bigelow's rant.
Perhaps
Is
he
that
did.
what it is?
Perhaps he did.
Nebraska media doesn't want to talk football, but down in Seminole country they do.
Oh, by the way, Terrence Knighton did respond on Twitter
He
last
decided
night.
to pour a little gasoline on the fire, the embers that were about to burn out.
Knighton tweeted last night, James Williams can say what he wants, just like everyone else.
Mm.
Then there was another tweet today, and I'm not sure if it's connected to any of this, but it was a GIF of Denzel Washington, one of his characters. I think it was the training day where he's like laughing hysterically. But there was no context to it.
so
It
Mike,
wasn't attached to anything. So I
he's
don't know.
having fun with
I
this
don't-
whole situation.
Yeah, I don't know if that was in connection with this. It probably was, but I don't know that for sure. But again, people are looking for reasons to be offended. That's what Twitter and Facebook and all this online stuff is for. It's almost like it's an avenue for people to be offended.
Facebook, you say? If you go to the 1620 The Zone Facebook page, we're giving away baseball tickets to tomorrow night's game.
Well, how am I going to be offended?
No.
Well, I guess if you don't like baseball, you'd be offended.
Or if you don't win, you could be offended at us.
I guess.
Jason writes, he had one good game against Rutgers. Other than that, what did he do? This story means nothing. Yeah, the other part about this is, like when Wandale left, Wandale Robinson, he left after the 2020 season. And I remember he had some stuff to say, and it was about his usage, right? And like that stuff was important. It actually mattered because
Sure
he was calling his head coach out, in a nice way, in a Wandale way, but he was calling him out.
Sure he was.
That stuff mattered. This does not matter. This is
nothing that was said
getting
here.
angry.
Nothing that was said here threw up alarm bells in terms of, is Rule coaching these guys the right way?
Bingo.
So that's I guess that's the part of it that I don't really understand all the furor.
Furor, Nick.
Okay.
F-U-R-O-R.
Okay.
F-U-R-O-R.
Thought we
Spell
were
it
in-
for him, John. F-U-R-O-R.
Thought we were in Underwatch for a
No,
second.
Furor.
So our poll question was Williams off base with his comments. 51% say yes, 49% say no.
Wow, that's a nice
So
little
it's a 50-50 split.
So half of our audience is saying, John and Josh, you guys are right. And half of our audience is saying, you guys are idiots. Awesome. It's a good poll question there, John. Very good work.
Well, it wasn't a good poll question. Jess says, this is a stupid question.
What?
How the hell do we know we're sitting at practice? Their record says no, but we didn't play the same teams. Jess, I think you're looking at this a little too literally. Yes, I know Florida State had a bad season last year, but talk to James. Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
They did go 2-10. They sucked.
They did go 2-10, which is why it was a lateral move.
Nice.
But that's another story.
You know what? So I am rooting for them to be good this year, to be right. But I will say, I think I'm going to change my tune. Now, I want them and Nebraska to be on the same level because I want a bowl game. Now I'm rooting for Florida State, Nebraska. Does Nebraska is there Big Ten ACC stuff? I guess, yeah, they played Boston College last year.
Yeah.
What other ACC?
Oh, going back to the Pinstripe Bowl.
Crap.
Yeah.
No.
That would be the perfect place.
Ugh.
That would be the perfect place
Ugh.
to settle this mid-argument.
No, we got to get a better bowl. You have the list of bowls, don't you?
Especially because most of the really good, talented guys will skip out of that bowl game. And so we won't really get an answer.
So are you saying James Williams will be playing in that game?
Wow,
then?
I didn't say that, James. I'm not calling you mid.
Wow, I bet the media up here is partly to blame too. Sith Destroyer writes, it's pretty simple. One of these teams beat Boston College and one team didn't last season. I remember the one that did because I watched the game. It was on ABC.
Oh, I thought you watched the Boston College Florida State game.
I watched both of them.
Some football fan
No,
you
that
are.
was Labor Day night game.
That was
right? No,
that was the
week
very
0.
first game. That
Wow,
was
that was
week 0 in Ireland.
What was the Florida State Labor Day loss? Was that Virginia Tech? Remember they lost on Labor Day night too. It was very funny. No, that was Georgia. One of those was Georgia Tech. All right,
that's right. Georgia Tech upset Florida State in that's who it was. I'm sorry. Georgia
Overseas.
Tech upset Florida State in Ireland.
And then they came back to America, and then they lost to Boston College.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, and they were still ranked
That's
10th in
it.
the country because the
I get
rankings
all
hadn't been
those
updated.
gold-tinted ACC teams confused.
Wow, they lost. They lost 28-13 to Boston College. Meanwhile, James Williams, Nebraska whooped up on Boston College, and then they let him back into the game. But they still won. They pulled a Rory McIlroy.
Well, I think he knows that because he was still on the team.
Oh,
he may have even played a game and played a couple of snaps.
Unless he had mentally checked out. Wow.
Because he was already going, wow, I'm
already
surrounded by all these mid non-Southern cornbread guys.
Up there, Nick, he was already gone.
Already gone.
Nice. You like that reference, Nick?
Sure.
Seinfeld, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
already gone.
Seinfeld continues to have good writing, but horrible execution.
Larry
because
David
it's
was a good
more
writer.
funny when you guys
Funnier.
do the jokes.
But thank you for the compliment.
Yes, thank you for the compliment.
Yeah. See, when he leaves and goes to a different station, he'll say they're funnier than Seinfeld. I'll take that compliment.
More funny.
We will continue. Mitch Sherman will join us
Oh, nice get, Nick.
on 1620 The Zone. We've been speaking a lot about the portal today. More players coming out of the basketball portal. Austin Swartz is the latest. The former Miami Hurricane is now a Creighton Blue Jay. That Miami to Omaha pipeline just keeps on flowing.
And now Creighton is number uno in the On3 ranking.
On3's transfer portal ranking.
That means one.
How about that?
How about that?
How about that? But, young man from Charlotte who was a top 75 recruit out of high school and pretty good shooter.
Yeah.
Averaged 6 points a game last year in spot minutes for Miami. But here we go. Another opportunity for Creighton to add some depth in the backcourt, because that was one thing they were sorely lacking last year. That's why you had guys had to play a lot of minutes, and that you really, really, really needed Fedor Zugic to become eligible so that you had another body you could put out there.
Gosh, what, this is a quick aside, but what happens to the season if that doesn't happen? Remember? Because we were
wondering. Yeah, Fedor had a couple of good moments. Certainly the DePaul game in the tournament was probably his best. But just having another person out there, another competent person out there.
Yeah.
Well, you've added more depth in the backcourt now. And depending on if the roster limits are actually imposed.
And that is suddenly very much in the air.
It's very much in the air. But that would give there'd be 2 more spots left.
Because what's it, 15 for hoops?
They're at 15 for hoops, so Creighton's at 13 now.
2 more. Again, I said this last week to you. I said it to Michael. Or maybe Austin. Oh, yeah, because you haven't had a chance to opine on the news yet. But on paper, it seems like the team is more talented than it was on paper coming into the season that just finished. Now, going back to, in a way, the Nico discussion of you got to show up, you got to learn the offense, you got to learn all these players, you got to get your classes enrolled, yada, yada, yada. That's the thing. It's like, okay, on paper, it seems like they got a lot of guys coming in that could be really good. How will that all fit? How will they understand the offense, the defense, what Creighton is trying to do? How will they mix chemistry-wise? That's going to be the thing. But certainly on paper right now, if you're a Jays fan, you got to absolutely love what has happened with this roster over the course of the last week or so.
And you've solidified the future with, the Allen Huss news from last week. By the way, Huss did put out a statement today thanking the folks at High Point for the last 2 years. But
definitely not a low point in his career.
Nice.
It has been a very, very active off season in a very, very short period of time. We're only talking 3 weeks since their season ended.
Yeah. A week ago was the national championship. So the week before that would have been the second round. So
yeah, it's been 3 weeks. That
is bonkers. And
3 weeks, and they've completely rebuilt the roster
and
almost entirely. I mean, again, there could be a couple more spots left. You've now determined the future course with Huss, and you're in position. And yeah, your point about being more talented, a lot of it is because of sheer mass, because you're bringing in all these different players. Certainly, you're not going to replace a guy the caliber of a Ryan Kalkbrenner. Certainly, having a 5-year starting point guard, that's hard to replace too. But when you look at the scoring that's coming in, the experience that's coming in, the depth that is coming in, and, a couple of the freshmen that are coming in, yes, it does look on paper like they could be more talented than they were last year.
And it's pretty amazing, too, and this is something that we never got into last week, but that all the while when they're putting together this roster, the scuttlebutt is going around that something is going to happen with Greg McDermott, something is going to happen with Al Huss. It ended up being true, right? We learned that on Thursday. And yet they were still able to put the roster together. Now, McDermott's not retiring today. And so that's the biggest difference between this and any other announced retirement or a resignation is that the players that are coming in, I mean, everybody is on a 1-year deal now, everybody.
Yeah.
So you don't even really have to worry about that if you're a Jays fan of oh no, but what does this mean for the future? The future is always up in the air now in college sports.
True.
But in the short term, this should be a huge positive. Huge positive.
Swartz last year had a couple of double-digit games, actually about 6 double-digit games by my raw count here. But again, he didn't play a ton of minutes. I actually got more minutes as the season wound down. for Miami, who had a really rough season this year. But just adding more depth. And now, how many times have we talked about? I remember a conversation a couple of years ago. Man, they got a lot of depth this year, and then they ended up still playing like 7 guys. For most rotations.
Saying that, I feel like for the last 3 or 4 years.
So,
this is the deepest team ever.
But your point about, getting acclimated and all this other stuff, one thing that has always impressed me is Creighton has had a pretty good hit rate with its transfers, but it was usually 1 or maybe 2 transfers at a time.
Bingo.
And in the earlier days, when it was a Maurice Watson or a Marcus Foster, they had a year to sit out
and learn
and be a practice player. And so it's a little bit different, but everyone's going through it.
Correct.
We'll see how this particular team goes through it.
And look at Kansas last year. And Nick Bob mentioned this with us on Friday. Like every now and then you just have a team that just doesn't work.
It just it doesn't come together.
Because on paper, what was Kansas in the preseason?
Well, they were number 1.
They were number 1. So think about that. They weren't just top 5. They weren't just top 10. They were number 1. But it doesn't always work with the portal. And so, one of these years it's not going to work for Creighton, and maybe not working now. The floor has risen so high up that that not working is, a one and done in the NCAA tournament, or maybe even getting to the NIT or the Crown. But it seems like their floor has very much become in for sure and probably getting a win, because that's what it's basically been like around. When's the last time they didn't win a game in the tournament? How far do you have to
it's
go
been
back?
5 years, 5 straight years for winning a game in the tournament.
2018, right?
It's when they lost to
or was it Rhode Island?
K-State.
K-State.
Right?
In 2018.
Was it K-State? I get my years mixed up. It was either Rhode Island or K-State. I think it was K-State.
Yeah, K-State was in 18. Yeah, so think about that. They haven't gone one and done since 18. It's a long time.
It is.
Long time.
It has been a while.
Yeah.
As Josh mentioned a little while ago, we have baseball tickets for tomorrow night.
Baseball.
And it's actually going to be a decent night for once. Now, the wind might still be blowing 800 miles an hour because that's what it apparently is going to do for the rest of time. But it's round 2 of the I-80 rivalry. Nebraska looking to end a winning streak by the Jays in the rivalry and even up the series at 1-1. You can visit our Facebook page. It's our 1620 The Zone Facebook page.
Yes, it is.
That is awesome. I didn't even know we had one of those.
Of course we do.
I didn't know. I'm not on Facebook. I deleted it.
It's where I go to watch all the cooking videos.
Yep. You do love cooking videos.
I do like the cooking videos.
Are they still like quality cooking videos? Because I hear Facebook has just kind of kept going downhill.
No,
Nick. There's still good stuff on there.
Can't go downhill when you're giving away tickets.
That's
and
right.
We're giving away tickets. So what do you got to do? You just got to comment.
Yeah, just leave a comment and
so
you could win.
Say Nick is a goober and you could win.
That's a comment.
Oh my gosh, I might reactivate my Facebook just to go call Nick a goober on the Zone Facebook page.
You can't win, Josh.
Okay.
But go and visit our Facebook page, our 1620 The Zone Facebook page. And if you're not already following it, hit the follow button and then comment. And you'll get a shot at tickets for tomorrow night's baseball game, which we will, of course, carry here on 1620 The Zone.
Perfect.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us next. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch.
Is this thing on?
Sound great to me, John.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
It seemed a little off there. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on this wonderful Monday. Hello, Mitch.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Lovely.
Not bad. Not bad at all. James Williams caused a kerfuffle over the weekend. Did you get yourself immersed into all that over the weekend?
Not really. We talked about it this morning on the podcast for about 10 minutes. And I think that was about what it was worth. About 10 minutes of my weekend or extended weekend. It didn't really come onto my radar until the Nebraska social media police began to flip out about it. I don't know. I mean, it's a great little April storyline that matters absolutely nothing at all come football season.
Do you feel a bit of kinship, Mitch, given the way that some Husker fans respond to you on the social media these days?
No, not really. I'm among them. I live among them and work among them, and have
tweet among them.
Nebraskan, so I don't know. I mean, if you're meaning like that, I feel some kinship with James Williams.
Yes,
because I've been attacked at times by Husker fans. That's pretty rare. And no, not really. I don't know that we have a lot in common there with the way that all worked out.
What did you make of the general fan response? We did a poll question. It's running about 50-50 people who took offense to it versus those who thought this is a big old nothing burger.
No, I think it's something like, I mean, something in the context of like being in kind of a nothing story. Like he definitely was egging people on. Like there's not any reason. Yes, he can say what he wants, but there's not any reason to like multiple times go down the road of no disrespect. If you need to say no disrespect, then like that's a pretty good indication you're about to disrespect, a segment of the people. To suggest that like they take football more seriously in another place, there is no quicker way to disassociate yourself from Nebraska fans than by doing that. Like anything, you can talk about wins, you can talk about trophies, whatever, head-to-head competition, stadium, coaches, history, but to say that like, oh, they take it more seriously down here, no. That's a kind of a place where I think Nebraska fans are still pretty unbending, and I wouldn't disagree with them. Like it's taken pretty seriously here. It manifests in different ways. Like Nebraska fans don't necessarily want to fire their coach after. Well, they used to want to do that. They don't anymore want to fire their coach after 9 or 10 win seasons. That's been gone for a few years, but still take it just as seriously as they do in any place in the SEC or in Florida or whatever you might have.
Mitch, looking at the current roster and players that are still there, last week, EJ Barthel really seemed to sing the praises of Emmett Johnson, talking about how he's developed, what he has been able to do. He said he's at the top of his game right now. He's literally what we stand for as a program. If you look at what we talk about in recruiting and talk about trying to build the program, he's a guy that represents that. And so for the first time, I found myself thinking about his being Johnson's ceiling as a runner. What kind of back can he be, given those words and given the play caller that he's going to have for him this fall?
And he can be a very good back. I don't know to like classify it like with because is he all Big Ten? Is that his ceiling? I don't think he gets that. I don't think he'll get to that place. I mean, maybe he could be like a second team all Big Ten back. I mean, to be realistic, there and that's not all about a lot of it's about the player and the runner and your ability. But it's also about your offensive line and your passing game and your defense and all of that stuff. And generally it's a lot easier to be an all Big Ten back at Michigan or Ohio State or Penn State than it is at a program that's a tier or two below those teams in terms of talent and like what their games are going to be like. So if Emmett Johnson was at one of those schools, I think he might have a higher ceiling. And maybe Nebraska will prove to be a much improved team over last year when Huskers won 6 games in the regular season, remember? But until they get to that point, I'm going to base it on what I know about this program and this team. I think he can be, if he gets the ball enough, he can be 1,000-yard back. I still have some hesitance to say that like he can make it through a 13-game season and hold up, just because we haven't seen it. Like both of the past 2 years, his opportunities have come when others have gone down with injuries, and that's probably not fair to Emmett to say, oh, I don't know if you can make it through a 13-game season, because he's largely shown the ability to stay healthy. But it's tough to run in the Big Ten all the way through, and we'll see if he's able to do that. That's a big part of it. If he can stay healthy and just be the workhorse for Nebraska, then his ceiling is probably something like second team all Big Ten.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Obviously, it lies on both fronts to make the running game, I won't say the same as it used to be back in the glory days, but at least a very good Big Ten running game. Does it lean more on backs or getting the line situation just right?
I would probably say, it's both. You can't have a great back without a great line, and you really can't have a great what would be considered a great line without having great skill players around that line.
Well, let me ask it a different way, Mitch. Where do you think Nebraska has been more shy of that mark on either running backs or offensive line?
That's a good question. I think they've actually probably been more shy in just like the overall offense, like in the system that they've had. I think the backs and the O-line have probably been pretty equal as far as how close or how far they've been from getting to that max out level. Probably both been like in the B- to C+ range in the last few years. But I would say it's been more on the offense, like the balance and the identity and just the effectiveness, efficiency of the offense in general, whether that's leaning too much on the QB run game, not last year, of course, but in some of the previous years, or, being too one-dimensional, the imaginative with the imaginative nature of the play calling, the ability to be together as an offense. To me, that's been more of a constant issue and probably been at a lower level. Like the biggest thing that's held back Nebraska's ability to have a above average to very good running game has been the offense as a whole.
Mitch, you guys spent a little bit of time on the pod today talking about the portal, what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. And now that there's suddenly this, questions around the hard 105 number as we kind of wait for everything to happen there. Do you expect maybe a different attitude towards things compared to where Nebraska was operating or how they were operating a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I think so, because I think now you're expecting that and Matt Rule said this on Saturday, is expecting that there's going to be some kind of relief with the 105, meaning it's not going to be a hard cap. And we should get something pretty quick. The judge in the settlement talked about a week for the NCAA to come back and offer some amended terms or an amended proposal. So portal opens tomorrow. It's open for 11 days or 10 days until April 25th. And sometime very early in that period, you would hope that there's going to be some definition about what the rosters have to look like in August. And then I think that can dictate what the conversations that Nebraska has with its players. They're going to have to be in the uncomfortable position of having some of these conversations while spring practice is still going on. And, ideally you would like to be able to finish spring practice and then sit down with your players over the next 3 to 4 days and say, okay, you went in, but now it's like, okay, you've been through 10 practices. Tomorrow will be 11 practices. And then you might have to have some conversations this week if the time is ticking on the portal closing, and you would hope at least to be able to do that with the knowledge of what the terms of the settlement are going to be. If you don't know, then I think you have to go into it and say, just plan for 105 until you hear differently, because that's the way that they've been, even though it maybe is leaning in the other direction. Like, don't count on something that's not there yet. Don't count on relief and being able to have grandfathered players when you've got no certainty of that. So all of it's very fluid, and it's going to be worth watching the news and listening for, what the reports are in the next 48 hours here as the portal opens. But yeah, and you might end up in a situation where, it's not like it takes a week to go in the portal. So you might run into a situation where Nebraska's basically done with spring practice on the 24th. I mean, the 26th is not a practice, like it's the Husker games. So they're basically done on the 24th. And some players might have decisions to make right around then, the 24th or the last day on that Friday, the 25th, which is the last day it's open. I don't think it's going to be like a hot and heavy thing with players going in from Nebraska tomorrow or early. And, remember last year, Nebraska only lost a couple of players of consequence to the portal in the spring. It might be slightly higher this year. And then you can probably tick it up a few notches if it doesn't look like you're going to be able to go over 105.
Speaking of the Husker games, other schools went through what would have been their spring games. Some of them actually had a spring game. Others just had scrimmages or an open practice.
Yeah.
But the attendance figures collapsed across the country. I mean, way down everywhere. Should that be a warning sign for what Nebraska administration is expecting for the Husker games here in another couple weeks?
Well, do we have a weather forecast yet for the 26th? If it's a nice day,
I don't trust anything more than 3 days out, so I don't know.
Right. If it's a nice day and it's going to be 70 degrees and not too windy, which seems unlikely, then it's going to bring out people. People are going to want to go spend time outside. It's not going to be I don't think it's going to be like what we've seen at spring games in the past, where you have 50,000 plus. I could expect to see 25 or 30,000 people just wanting to come and mill around and be around the stadium and see what it is, see some of the players. Not everybody certainly is going to want to take a tour of the building for $50 a pop, but maybe you want to pop into get some memorabilia or souvenirs, whatever. Just walk around. But that if it's that's why I think the weather's the big thing. Like, if it's 47 degrees and the wind's blowing 30 miles an hour, it's really going to cut down on who wants to come out and do that. But it's late enough in April that I guess we stand a better chance of it being a nice day. And what's happening around the country with lower attendance at spring games, I don't think that has much impact on Nebraska. Like, I don't know that Nebraska is going to follow that trend necessarily. Nebraska's probably going to fans will beat to the march of their own drum, and they're still probably pretty into things, but it's just not as on the surface. It's not like as compelling of a reason to go down there. I think it can be fun, and in the future they can do things with this where they market it for a longer period of time, and people can maybe see what it's like this year, and if there's like interaction that's happening between players and fans, and you get an opportunity to see former players and doing things that look fun on the field, then it can grow. Like, you don't expect it to be at its peak in year one, especially when they decided on this like a month ago. But yeah, I mean, if stuff works out, I could see 25, 30,000 people showing up.
Speaking of trends, Mitch, I wonder if you think Nebraska's brass has any thoughts on the Nico Iamaleava story and what happened with Tennessee over the last few days.
I'm sure they have thoughts. I'm sure they're happy that their quarterback is not in that position, or doesn't seem at all to be in that position. There were worries, and I think probably some conversations around Dylan Raiola's camp in December, but certainly nothing right now. Things can change, but I would be completely shocked if there's like any drama there this time around in the portal. You get back to December, it's always a new conversation. But like Dylan's fully in. Other than that, like, there just isn't anything that moves the meter quite like a quarterback all of a sudden causing worry among the program. But yeah, I mean, it's a reminder that like the stuff can just go off the rails in a hurry. And I don't know that the Iamaleava thing, it didn't happen overnight, but it wasn't like, I don't think it was necessarily like brewing, at least publicly, all through the spring at Tennessee. I mean, not just Nebraska, but like at campuses and in football programs all over the country. I think it just puts people on edge because you think you have somebody and you in a deal, an NIL deal, and in the future it's going to be rev share deals, and then you don't, because I don't know what changed. Like it's all very unchecked and seemingly arbitrary. So it's not a great situation to walk into every day if you're a coach or a GM or an athletic director of these programs where there's so much riding on specific players and there's really no way to have control over what they may or may not do on a given day.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thank you again. Appreciate it. And enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you. I will. You guys do the same.
We
Hey,
will.
Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joins us every Monday at 3:50.
By the way, early forecast, mid-60s.
Again, you can't trust that, man.
you said what was forecast? Or
No, he
did.
has.
Okay. Well,
Again, I don't trust anything beyond
By the way, it's
3
going to be
days.
90 in a couple days in Lincoln. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? 90 on Thursday?
Well, this is coming from Josh's model, so it's probably going to be 20 with frost.
No, it will not be, Nick. Scott Frost will not be returning to Nebraska. You do not have to worry about that. I know you're afraid, but he's staying away.
Yeah, I think there's a restraining order.
Am I an idiot for disagreeing with Mitch on the latter part? Like, I think what we are seeing around the country is a trend, and I don't think Nebraska is going to be able to overcome it. I guess the one pushback that I would have is like, maybe people are curious about what the hell this thing is. What are the Husker games? Let's go find out. Who led the way? Florida? Oddly, Florida led the way at 50-something thousand.
Yeah, but they also use it as a national
That's right.
championship
Yes.
celebration.
So that's why
for
they led the way.
basketball.
Ohio State, the defending champions, had 40-something, and then after that, it was just off a cliff. I just, for whatever reason, overnight, people have just shifted with the spring game.
You want to stick it to the James Williamses of the world? You need to show up to the Husker games in droves, by the dozens, by the hundreds, by the thousands. And then you can do what Nebraska fans always love to do, and that is our spring game attendance was bigger than your spring game attendance.
Get out the ruler, folks. That'd be a good graphic, Nick, on Canva.
Yeah.
Put a huge ruler next to Memorial Stadium, and then a tiny one next to who had a really bad crowd. Like Oklahoma had a horrible crowd. Alabama,
Florida State.
Yes, Florida State. Nick, find the Alabama photo. It is hilarious. And have a tiny ruler, and then have Memorial State, a big ruler. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Speaking of ideas, that you
Mike
could
Schaefer?
do, because that's where the concern is.
What's that?
The concern really isn't about our spring game attendance is bigger than your spring game. It's about the revenue.
Yeah.
Because this was a revenue maker.
Oh, yeah.
This is something that could make you a couple $1 million. And now you're not going to have that, or at least theoretically you may not have that. We haven't seen what the Husker games are going to do, but
They should do the Demolition Derby.
They should.
Or
Prestige.
Should they just build a baseball diamond in the middle of Memorial Stadium and invite the Savannah Bananas, which is what the Clemson Tigers have done? Check this out.
Banana ball.
They have put a ball diamond in the middle of Memorial Stadium, Death Valley, but look at how short the left field porch is.
Yeah, Yankee Stadium thinks that's a bit much.
Incredible.
So what's going on? They're playing a baseball game here?
The Savannah Bananas are gonna do one of their gimmick games here at Clemson, and they've sold out the stadium. 81,000 people are going to show up for the Savannah Bananas at Clemson's Death Valley.
Did I hear earlier off the air one of our colleagues said that the Savannah Bananas are like the Globetrotters?
That was me.
Oh, that was you. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're like the Globetrotters?
Well, it's kind
I
of
thought
that
they played in a league.
It's their league. It's Banana Ball. There's like 3 other teams in the league,
Yeah,
and they
it's-
got a slightly different rules. Like if a fan catches a foul ball, then it's an out.
Yeah, it's a shtick.
Okay, I thought that they
But
were
it's
just
like-
a weird
it's-
team.
It's like the Globetrotters in that you're not going really for the competition; it's for the show.
Yeah, Like there's some guys walk up songs, full bands following them.
That's pretty funny.
Let's
There's
put it putting
pictures
into
of, like,
context.
a
You would
backflip
understand.
before
It's
they
like
throw the ball.
college wrestling versus professional.
Nice. Kayfabe. So the Savannah Bananas have worked themselves into a shoot.
Well, they've worked themselves into Death Valley and sold 81,000 tickets. Do you think that could work in Memorial Stadium?
Could it? Sure.
Yes.
Why not? Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't want to go. Nick would.
I would.
Yeah, Nick would bring his old merry band of baseball sickos.
It's really hard to get tickets to see the Savannah Bananas. You have to put your name in a lottery.
Is that why it's
It's
sold
a whole
out?
thing.
Is that why it's sold out? Because it's so hard. What are they going to do? Are they going to have any left fielders? That's so short.
It's very
Well,
short.
just use the third baseman.
Yeah, seriously. Or do you put? You can't do the shift though. That's illegal. I don't like the shift.
It
anymore.
might not
Well,
be illegal in
in
banana
their
ball.
league, who knows?
I guess that's
I
true.
don't think anything's illegal in banana ball.
In their league, I think you can, fart the baseball out.
Can you, Nick?
I have no idea.
I've never seen it.
Kenny writes, if you want to learn about the Bananas, 60 Minutes did a story on them last night. Whoa, last night?
Mhm.
After the Masters? I wasn't watching TV anymore. I left my parents' house. I went home.
You missed out on
Actually, I went to
learning.
the store. I had to go to the store.
You clearly don't know Nana.
I guess I don't. I do love bananas. I have banana every day.
Yeah,
I had a banana this morning.
As soon as he made the putt, I shut it off and went to work.
Went to work.
Well, reseeding the lawn
Oh,
because it was getting late.
Trying to fix the sprinklers.
Trying to fix the sprinklers.
Trying to fix the
all
mower.
that, all that nonsense.
By the way, for those who are wondering, Alex Sindelar indeed will be coming over to my house after Boston. And he said, we're going to here, I will read the quote directly from Alex. He says he's going to bring beers, which I feel like I should provide the beers, but thank you, Alex. He says, I'll get it running, or at the very least, we'll find out how effed up it is, and we can find a nice ditch to throw it into.
Nice.
We will not litter into a ditch.
I have faith.
I believe in Alex.
I have faith. I mean, I got it to start.
Yeah, we're going to make it happen.
I got it to
He's
start.
going to make it happen, and I will sit there and say, thank you.
You're going to hold the flashlight.
I'm going to hold the beer in my hand and say, great job, Alex. I'll bring over whatever he wants to eat. I'll buy dinner.
Some white people tacos.
White people tacos, Alex. You and me, baby.
I hope Alex uses this as a teaching moment. Like when I was a kid and I'd hold the flashlight for my dad and he'd be like, all right, so what I'm doing here is this. So
I would rather not know.
If this happens to you, you'll be able to fix it yourself.
So here's how I would fix it the next time. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Alex.
Boop, boop, boop.
No,
boop,
I just click.
boop.
You don't have to. You just click the name on their phone now. There's not. And I'll say, could you come back over? And he'd say, I'd love to see you. I love Alex. Give him a big old hug.
You know what'd be funny is if he just decided to squat on and just live with you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Then you'd always have a lawnmower repairman.
Excellent
on
point.
standby. You never know when you might need a good lawnmower repairman.
You'd have to take him out on walks, though. Would Mr. Banks like that?
Mr. Banks is going to be pumped when he meets Alex for the first time. He'll probably jump all over him. Hello,
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
New friend.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, a little more on the Nico situation and the involvement of the bad actors.
The bad actors.
Because there were some bad actors involved in this whole situation.
What is this? My high school play?
Wow.
And are we sure that those roster limits are going to be grandfathered? Some more reporting on that today as well.
Mhm.
And coming up with Michael Severe Mondays,
Yes, is he in person today?
we have an advancement of something to do with sports gambling in the state of Nebraska.
Oh, what a topic for Michael.
I figured we'd save it for our most gambling-oriented person,
Michael Severe.
a.k.a. degenerate.
Wow. Some people hate that word, John.
Yeah, but you should wear it like a badge of honor.
Mm.
Just like Ty Robinson should name the have a badge of honor about, hey, James Williams thinks I'm tiny compared to his new teammate.
I thought you were going to talk about his ass. You should wear the badge of honor.
Now we
with
can
his
call him
ass.
Tiny Ass Ty.
Tiny ass Ty.
He's
yeah.
no longer Big Ass Ty.
He's not as big as those
Tiny
Florida
Ass
State
Ty.
guys. That's
Right.
true.
But speaking of NIL, people are getting their ducks in a row right now, and portal's going to be cranking up again here real quick. It's already going out of control in basketball. Well, guess what? Football is just about to begin again. And if you would like to help your team succeed, you can make your own contributions, but do it in a more fun and engaging way. It's called On the Line. On the Line works like this. Visit their website, athleticsontheline.com. Pick your favorite school, and they partner with all 3 major Nebraska Division I institutions. But if you're a Husker fan, you pick Nebraska, you pick a favorite team, then you pick a measurable metric. A lot of folks go for either points or for wins. And for every time your team hits that metric, you set a dollar figure, and that becomes your donation towards your favorite school's official NIL. So you know it's going directly to the athletes. It's the way to help recruit and retain the best college athletes. But you get to set a budget, so you're not going to go over. Even if your team excels, you can set the total budget and be fine with that. But think of it as you rewarding your team when your team rewards you. So find out more by visiting On the Line today at athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. So naturally, there were a ton of takes from the Nico Iamaleava decommit, or I guess not decommit.
Transfer.
Just transfer.
Yep.
Hold out. Some people were using that phrase, hold out. I mean, it was a one-day holdout, and then he gone. Can you imagine if an NFL player held out for one day of training camp and a coach just said, get your ass out of here?
Yeah, I cannot. I mean, we've seen holdouts where they just get rid of the player. You know, Antonio Brown a few years ago is certainly one that comes to mind, but that was a weeks-long process.
Right. Now, this one had been going on for, at least for a little bit, but it was more behind the scenes.
Yeah, how about this?
There was some rumblings of wanting more cash.
Well, according to Josh Pate, who is with CBS Sports, he said on his show, this stuff was happening last December during the playoffs, with this kid included, but not just this kid. They were trying to get more money from Tennessee and other playoff teams before the playoffs. So real quick, this is me now speaking. think what he's saying here is that other players on other teams were also trying to do what he was trying to do. I'll continue. They were trying to leverage playoff participation. The explainer was, our client is being paid X amount of money to participate in 12 games, maybe a 13th if you make the conference championship game, but you guys made the playoff. He should make more money. This is the kind of BS that's happening behind the scenes right now. So apparently this was going on in December, not just with Nico, but with other players too.
And this is why I get a little irritated when I see opinions like this. Shannon Terry, who is the founder of On3, put out a tweet yesterday, said, stop blaming the athletes. It's not their fault. They want more cheddar. What can't get lost in the Nico saga is this. Blame doesn't belong to the athletes. The real issue is a broken system, a multi-billion-dollar industry with zero guardrails. And we don't need Congress to intervene. We need leadership with the courage to push for real change, even if it costs them their jobs and reputations. I'm tired of hearing people blame the kids. It's not their fault college sports is in this mess. Stop pointing fingers at Nico. Direct that energy towards the NCAA, the conferences, and the university presidents. He's not wrong. Yes, this whole mess is possible because of the lack of control and the lack of willingness to actually make real change. But you can't absolve the athletes, when I say the athletes, I'm also going to include the people like the helicopter parents and the representatives, some of these bad faith actors who are disguised as agents.
Yeah.
So when I say athletes, call it their team, if you will, their inner circle.
That fits.
There were no laws back in the old Wild West. That doesn't mean the guy who shot the other guy because he cheated at cards was in the right. This type of behavior, yes, it's made possible because there are no controls, but don't absolve the behavior as well, because it's the stuff that Josh Pate mentioned. I mean, what kind of an individual would sign a deal? Let's say you're signing with Nebraska, Josh, and you lead Nebraska to a college football playoff.
Oh, congrats, Josh.
Hell yeah, baby, I'm back.
When you decide to take on their NIL, you're in it to play the season. And if the season goes a couple extra games, well, so be it. Because that's what you want. You want to win. You want to be a champion. So these folks who are going back and say, well, you're only going to pay me for 12. You're actually getting me for 13, so we deserve. No, that's not what you agreed to. At some point, your word has to mean something.
Mahomes and the Chiefs getting the playoffs. Like, sorry, I need a pay bump now.
Can you imagine?
Because they make pennies in the postseason compared to their regular season.
I mean, at some point, your word has to mean something.
Sure.
And unfortunately, in this case, and maybe a few and a few others, a lot of people's word isn't worth a damn plug nickel.
It's a plug nickel.
Just a plug nickel.
Okay.
It's meaningless. It's worthless.
What's that?
So yes, there absolutely needs to be something done. But no one is not saying that. I will also disagree with one other point. I'm not so convinced that in order for all of this to get settled, whatever settled looks like, that there may not have to be some congressional involvement in all.
You are, say that again.
I'm saying
you think there will be congressional involvement, or that there has to
I think there almost needs to be.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what a lot of folks are saying is, well, why can't college sports do it like the NFL? Well, they could, but you know what the NFL also has? Congressional protection from an antitrust.
Yeah, Major League Baseball has
exactly.
You know, every sport does.
So I mean, I get that a lot of folks are frustrated that
you know why with that stuff
that they're the leadership in college athletics is deflecting everything to Washington, saying we need this, but they're not wrong, because the minute you come up with something that might fix the problem, somebody else is going to see that as being wrong and sue your ass. So I think at some point there's going to have to be some involvement from Washington just to prevent all the lawsuits from happening.
Well, one of the things I always say to you is the reason that this is all just so crazy to us is because we're the ones who are having to live through it, where we get to look back in the past and see the decisions that were made along the way, and we can judge them retroactively, right? I and you, we didn't have to live through congressional litigation of antitrust rules of the NFL.
No.
We know the NFL as it is today, and so we don't really view it as Congress is getting involved in the NFL, even if they did. I think that's part of it. I think there's also a lack of trust in institutions today, government rights. Like, I think we view everyone as toothless.
Mhm.
The other thing too, and this is not another original point, but so often when I think of the ideas that you and I have had, or how college sports can maybe fix some of the ills, CBA, for example, collectively bargaining, having contracts. Sadly, I do think that the answer at the end of every tunnel is going to be some form of contraction, a smaller league with fewer teams, a set schedule, all the things that people are like, man, wouldn't it be nice if college football had this and this and this? It's probably going to have the Super League component to it. I don't think that we're going to be able to have some form of scholarship contracts, for example, or any of the other things that we want until we get the thing that you and I don't want, and that is a smaller league. And so it's going to be quite the give and take.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, I'm with you on this. I don't hate the player, hate the game. I think you can be frustrated as hell with both situations, though. You can be frustrated with college sports for what it has allowed itself to turn into over your lifetime and prior. Seriously, go read a book. Go read old Sports Illustrated articles in the vault. You can find all sorts of takes and opinions about college sports should, whether it's something as simple as fun as why don't they have a playoff, to paying athletes. Hundred years ago, you can find all of that stuff. They drug their feet, and then everything opened up at the exact same time. But you can also say, like, it's crappy that a player would go to the postseason and say, I want more money.
Mm-hmm.
You can get mad at both situations.
Sure you can.
Because that's where I find, I'm happy. Honestly, this is a great story for you and me because we get to watch it from afar and say, wow, that's nuts. I would hate to be on the ground having to cover this crap. But it's going to happen around here. We've gotten really lucky in that Nebraska, because they've been so bad at football, we missed the entire opt-out era of bowl games and having to have those discussions. We have not seen something like this before, but all it takes is one solid year from Dylan Raiola. People were coming for him in December. It's going to happen again. And what if he says, I want more money? Like Sipple wrote in his column, it's good that Dylan has good parents. And it's sure, but they can still ask for more money.
Sure,
and
they could.
It wouldn't surprise me if they do. So at some point, this is going to be on our doorstep around here locally.
Of course it will.
Just be ready for it because this stuff sucks.
Of course it will. And, one thing that has always been a constant in sports are bad parents.
Always
Bad parents. And
no matter what level.
And wouldn't you know who won the pony? We got a bad parent in the middle of all this.
Yeah. Well, the best part too is, so who was the first reporter? Pete Nakos of On 3, right? He was the first one. And his dad chirps in, no, this is and all the Tennessee sycophants are hopping into,
sure,
Pete, you're wrong. Now what are you saying? Days later. What on earth? And he kicked off a lot of that crap his dad did.
Oh, absolutely he did. And so it's one thing. It's always been kind of important in some places, but this is the shame of it. Because I feel the one thing that college athletics has done a great job of for a long, long time is it has given people an opportunity to achieve something that they would not have had a chance to achieve if they didn't have that one special skill. That one special skill being a great shooter, a great passer, a great tackler, a great hitter. And the ability to change the lives of individuals and their families with that scholarship, with that ability to get that college education. And a lot of people would not have gotten that opportunity to get a good education had it not been for the initial scholarship they got because they could play football or because they could play basketball. And it took people who took chances on folks. Certainly Tom Osborne took chances on folks who were either partial or non-qualifiers, people who would not have gotten that opportunity. What worries me about situations like this is how much more it is going to emphasize the fact that, okay, I want to get this player, but I got to know what his background is like. And if they've got good parents behind them or good advisors behind them. And sadly, there's going to be people like Nico who might be well-intending young individuals who are good people at heart. But because they're represented by bad folks, it could cost them opportunities.
Yeah, but you never know when When will that bad actor show itself?
Sure.
It could show itself at any moment.
Sure.
It could be until year 4.
Yeah.
You know?
And of course, with the speed dating aspect of the portal, it's hard to find out a lot of those things.
Yeah.
You know, it's those types of things that have made the really successful recruiters really good at their jobs because they had the ability to do months of recon and months of developing a relationship and getting to know somebody so that hey, at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, I can trust you.
Sure.
And now speed dating aspect, it's like, well, you're going to,
Well, and you feel that way about signing day. And, we always wonder,
Yeah.
why did signing day lost its luster? Well, one of the big reasons is, nobody feels like those guys are going to be on their team for much longer. It's so funny. I see the rankings and it's like, this team is ranked 3rd. It's like, who cares? The whole roster is going to turn over in a year to begin with.
Right.
None of that stuff, it matters as much as it did at one point in time.
Coming up, we've got Michael Severe Mondays.
Nice. He just texted me a take. I'm not going to read it on the air. He can give it to us on the air when he joins us in a little bit.
Well, and we've got news on maybe some changes with Nebraska and sports gambling.
Oh, that'll be fun to talk about.
An update from the legislature.
Nice. More government talk.
I love it.
This is why I got into sports talk radio. I wanted to talk about the government.
Well, you found the right place.
I did. Thank you, government.
And that place is here, 1620 The Zone.
I just saw these guys.
Who's that?
Rise Against.
You guys never asked me about how I enjoyed my concert.
How was
offended.
AC/DC, John?
It was great. It was
Yeah, I
awesome.
called John when he was on the road. I called John twice. Said,
did?
hey, you got a movie pick? And he said no.
Well, I did, but it
was gonna
wasn't
be-
streaming.
It's not streaming yet.
Because my friend was shocked I'd never seen John Wick.
Yeah.
Because he's excited because I guess there's like a fifth John Wick. It's like, I haven't even seen the first
John
John
hates
Wick.
Keanu. Of course he hasn't seen John
Yeah.
Wick. That's what I would have said to
They're
him.
such good movies, John.
Well, I was willing to give it a shot, but apparently it's not streaming anywhere. It must not be that good.
And I also gave John the breaking news about Greg McDermott.
He did.
So
Yeah.
It was nice. It was great to
did.
call him
A
last
good
week.
double whammy.
Strangely, that was not on my radio when I was, because we were spending a lot of time talking, so we weren't really listening to the radio.
Yeah.
We did. Well, no, I better save this for off the air.
Oh, awesome.
It's not that
Spicy.
No, it's really not that.
Is it related to the conversation from off the air this last time?
No.
What I said? The golfers?
Oh, no.
No. There was
John
none of that
doesn't do
going on.
drugs, Nick.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm on a natural high.
Nice.
My wife made fun of me.
For being a natural high
No,
guy.
She called you a square.
for wearing earplugs at the concert.
That's
John-
a normal thing.
See, I've never done that, but I've heard
See,
that.
she thought I was like whacked out.
I hear lots of stories about people wearing earplugs at concerts now.
I don't do it, but I'm starting to think about doing it.
Yeah, you probably should, given
I
we
am
wear headphones all
so
the time.
thankful.
Yeah.
Because we would have been. I wouldn't be able to hear you right now.
So,
Probably.
did
'Cause
that-
It was loud in there.
Because I've never done that. Now I haven't been to a concert in years. Did it lessen the enjoyment? Because I've always wondered, like,
No.
it's not muffled and it doesn't sound bad or
No.
anything. Okay.
No, it's just taking those higher frequencies out. I mean, it's not as resonant, but I mean, especially with a band like AC/DC, there's a lot of bass and what.
Sure.
Not
Okay.
at all.
Next time I go to a
'Cause,
concert,
you know
I'll try
all the
this.
songs and so
Sure.
yeah.
They play Back in Black for 3 hours. Back in Black.
Well, I mean,
it's not just Back
Oh,
in
my
Black.
bad.
it essentially was Back in Black for
No,
3
it
hours.
wasn't.
It's the same song.
It is not the same song.
I'm glad you
That's
enjoyed
like saying
yourself.
all the Beatles songs sound the same.
Yeah, you
'Cause
idiot.
they kinda
No, they
do.
don't.
Oh, the Beatles were known for doing weird things, though, John. They experimented.
Severe, who's going to join us on our next segment, says John can log on to my Amazon to watch John Wick.
Oh,
Because I think he bought it or what. Like, he owns it on Amazon.
Oh,
yeah, but then we'd
okay.
all have to borrow Michael's
Yeah.
Amazon login.
I'm
No,
surprised that's not streaming.
I know it
anywhere
has
for
been.
freebies.
It was on Netflix, and then it.
yeah, it's probably just one of those weird. I wanted to
Those
watch Mad
jerks.
Max last night. It wasn't streaming anywhere.
Mad Max isn't streaming anywhere
No,
anymore. That
Furiosa
sucks.
is on Netflix, but
Yeah.
Fury Road is nowhere.
Sad. The reminder, by the way, iRobot, which
Yes.
is on
Peacock,
is Nick's pick for this week,
I think.
and
Let
then
me
John will be
confirm that.
picking for next week.
Yes. Here is Jason
Oh,
on the
sorry, Hulu
hotline.
and Disney.
Hulu and Disney. Yeah. Nice.
Jason, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. John, first off, I'm going to start with you and any Jasker are on drugs.
Ha! Got him.
What? Why are we on drugs?
Because, whoa, I did have a good argument about this. Jays fans putting themselves before Huskers when they root for themselves on Saturdays and then root against them on Sundays, but I digress.
Well, I root for the Jays every day.
Nice.
Well, I know you do. That's a different story. You're employed by Creighton. Anyway, going back to Iamaleava, however you want to pronounce his name, I always look at it and say Iamaleava.
Heyo.
That whole that contract situation, here's my prognosis with it. Out of high school, based on star rankings, whatever you want to do 2-year contracts and then renegotiate.
Well, I mean that was kind of at the heart of my scholarship contract ideas. You negotiate the contract. If you could be a 1-year guy, you could be a 2-year guy, you could be a 3-year guy, you could do all 4, whatever the case may be. Now, of course, in order to do that, there would have to be collective bargaining, which would be acknowledging that the student athletes are employees, and that appears of all the bridges that we have crossed and since blown up.
They don't want to
That's
cross
the
that
one bridge. No, you cannot cross this bridge.
I mean, here's the thing, and I do agree with that, but if you're a 2-star guy that happens to, get a scholarship opportunity at Nebraska, you're going to sign a 3 or 4-year deal unless you think that you can outperform. And this is my other aspect. I'm a 49ers fan. So Brock Purdy, he outperformed his rookie contract. He should have been to be able to renegotiate. I know the whole collective bargaining aspect, whatever, but he should have been able to renegotiate and say, hey, NFL does put in a pool of funds that if you do outperform, you make extra money on top of whatever your contract situation is. So Brock Purdy made something like $1.1 million, I think, in year 2 or year 3. So maybe that's something that you have to look at as well.
Well, it's no different than anything else. Jason, appreciate the call. You're betting on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're going to a contract negotiation, you're betting on yourself.
See, and it, like, he brings up a good point. Brock Purdy, and I bet Brock Purdy's people around him were like, dude, you are way underpaid. What is going on? You should go ask for more. But he can't. He can't. Now, you can debate until you're blue in the face.
Sure.
If that is right or wrong. You know, if you are, not in football and you are a app developer, I don't know, I'm trying to come up with a comparable thing outside of the NFL, and you did what Brock did in such a short amount of time, you would be able to command more money. But in the NFL, he can't, because that was what is collectively bargained. And again, right or wrong, that's not the point of what I'm trying to say. Is they have an agreement, and so those are the rules that have to be lived by. And now he's coming upon the contract, and he's going to get paid a whole lot more money than he's been getting paid because he has earned it. But until then, it is CBA'd. There isn't that in college football, though, because of what you said. They don't want to admit their employees.
Could I just ask one very, very, very simple request? Well,
John Wick will go on a streaming service soon.
It sounds simple, but it's not simple.
Sure.
Whenever we get to whatever the final result is, please, pretty please, don't make the contract situation and the salary cap as convoluted as the NFL's. Please. I just want to be able to follow it without having to, take a master's course in caponomics.
Do it like the NBA, where it's, what the deal is, what it costs. There's not dead money. It's a contract.
Right.
It's very normal.
But I don't want that. NBA's got the goofy, what do they call it, the Supermax or all that. I don't want any of that stuff. I just want it to be very simple.
So you want baseball?
Well, but baseball doesn't have a salary cap. They've got the luxury tax.
So you want baseball's contract infrastructure with a salary cap.
Or something like that. Yeah.
So you do want a cap, though?
Well, I think I honestly think you need one.
Do you need a floor?
In a competitive, yeah.
You need a floor?
In a competitive world, you do need that. In order, if your goal is to...
Yeah, that's the question, though. What's the goal?
If your goal is, and when you talk about competition, I'm talking about Nebraska versus Ohio State versus Iowa, Iowa versus Wisconsin. I mean, everyone's pooled together. They're competing against each other. But they're also working with each other to grow the industry. Right?
Sure.
That's why I think you need those controls over there so that the richer schools, like the Ohio States and the Alabamas, can't just go out and outbid all the Nebraskas and the Iowas of the world because they're bigger states or have bigger boosters.
Would they just do that, though, with their NIL?
Well, they could. But one thing is for certain, whatever the final resolution is in all of this, there is still going to be a buttload of cheating, because cheating is woven into the very fabric of college athletics.
And it
has been since day one.
It's never going to go away.
Since they first started playing intercollegiate athletics.
At the University of Nebraska,
wait a minute.
Lincoln.
That 40-year-old guy doesn't go to school there. How do you know?
Yep, he does now. He takes his classes online.
Michael Severe Mondays is coming up. We'll
Let's
get an
do
update
it.
on sports gambling in the state of Nebraska. Before we go to break, folks were wondering, and I know Josh was, because he is a big TV ratings guy. What did the extra golf bring into the Masters? The Masters?
Yeah. Sounds like a setup for a joke.
12.7 million viewers. Most watched golf event in 7 years, and up 33% from last year's Masters.
Wow.
And in the 15-minute window that the playoff took place in, 19.5 million.
Oh, wow.
There were a lot of folks wanting to watch that Savannah Banana story on
They
60
did.
Minutes.
I'm here for 60 minutes.
I wonder if there are still people out there when they tune in CBS at 6 o'clock, get mad that the football game or the golf tournament is running long.
Those people have to exist. I would love to meet one of them someday and talk.
I wanted to see Harry Reasoner, and now I've got to watch the end of this stupid golf tournament.
Sometimes we get complaints from one of our other stations when we play baseball when it oversteps some of their political talk.
Oh, interesting. Mustache Adam says, I guess a lot of people find Rory appealing. Maybe that's what it was, John. People found him appealing.
Yeah, they do.
Appealing?
All I wanted to ask was what makes him appealing.
I did see a tweet from Dave Fight yesterday, who apparently is not a golf guy. He was like, okay, you guys have bullied me into watching the end of the Masters. So I'm wondering how many people were like him of like, all right, I'll turn it on. Everybody's talking about it.
Well, I was busy tickling chains.
But I think it was more watching it because of the
playoff.
The train wreck followed by the bed of roses, followed by the train wreck that was that round.
It was incredible.
It could have been just about anybody, but
yeah, a lot of fun. That was
fun. Speaking of train wrecks, yesterday's Formula One race.
Okay,
oh boy,
time to go to
guys.
Michael. Michael's in the green room.
Well, just like trains, there's no passing there.
There was actually a lot of passing yesterday.
Michael Severe Mondays next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
don't know how far he went. I'm just going to back out of it without anything that would ruin our relationship.
Football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. There are people employed by your radio station that talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
I love this open. It's now the Michael Open.
Well, I thought Nick was
I'm working on one. I
Michael
just
Open.
haven't had time to finish it.
It's all right.
This is the open for the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football Topic of the Day. And, man, if there was ever an enterprise that needed some life breathed into it, I mean, did you see those spring numbers over the weekend?
Oh, my
All
gosh.
these people just saying, nope, out on football. We hate the sport. So it's our job, along with our good friend Michael Severe, the executive director of the Jet Awards, and by the way, another successful Jet Awards last week. Congratulations. To breathe life into this dead sport.
That's funny because, after it was over, right? After the Jet Award was over on Thursday night, I felt really good about it. Now, after 3 or 4 days went by, now I'm like, the whole thing sucked. So yeah, it's like you start diving into it more and the things that didn't go right, and then and my son asked me, he goes, "So what went wrong?" I go, "Everything went wrong. I don't want to talk about it anymore."
So the Josh Peterson strip tease at dessert.
I thought that would draw a lot more auction money. I was very, very upset. I was disappointed by that. I thought we'd get at least $6-7 on that one. We did not. So
I only got 3.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of sad. Yep.
Well, but you're perfectionist.
John, were you ever?
It's better.
No,
every
it's
year.
not that. It's just like. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let me just say it this way. I should just do the whole thing myself. That's all I'm saying. But I don't want. But that's not. It's not about me. I'm trying to. And I. It's so
you told
frustrating
stories on Friday that people couldn't read names. They were reading names wrong.
There were a few names that were major sponsors.
Yeah.
And then
He wants
nothing
Kevin to
left
do
out.
it, but Kevin is calling football games this time of year. Kevin can't MC it. Maybe John could MC it for you, Michael. John knows how to read.
Do I?
John can read. And the people I have can read too. It's just occasionally when you get up there and you're doing this in front of, hundreds
Everybody's
of people.
a little nervous.
Everybody gets a little nervous. And, you make, little errors on people's names and stuff and forget little things. But, that's how it works sometimes, But it'll be all right. Everything will be okay. We're having a meeting next Thursday. I'm going to resign. And after that, we'll be good to go. Yeah. I can't deal with it. Too much pressure. That's just too much. I can't deal with it anymore. So, yeah. Anyway, so what's going on? I heard there's football talk to be talked about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy doesn't play football.
No, he doesn't. He's a golfer.
By the way, congratulations on your short little white guy for winning. I noticed you were very happy that Rory won yesterday.
I am. So he's in excellent shape. First of all, I admire people that are in really good shape, and he's in incredible shape. I told Josh on Friday, I also admired the decision he made to not marry Catherine Wozniak or whatever her name was. I think that would have been a bad thing for him. A very smart man for that. Moved on, escaped that one. And then, I look at somebody who hasn't won in 11 years. He's one away from the Grand Slam. It's got to be incredible pressure on him to get that done. Plus, in my opinion, he's incredibly likable. The long form interviews I've listened to him before, he's likable to me. It reminds me a little bit of Ed Sheeran a little bit. They're very similar in a couple different ways. And so, I like him.
That's
I'm glad
a
he
very
won.
appealing thing.
Ed Sheeran's an incredible musician. Very nice guy. Once performed in the basement of the building you're in right now, and did a very nice concert. Yeah,
I don't remember that.
And then 4 days later, he was at the Grammys, NRG Grammys, and performing with Elton John. He went from our basement to the Grammys performing with Elton John.
It's good that he was in our basement. I mean, that's very fitting. He was downstairs at NRG all the way to the Grammys.
All the way to the Grammys.
That's not rags to riches.
No. Yes, but anyway, I like him. I'm glad he won. And now you know what? I could see him winning 2 or 3 more. Now they get that off his back, and I get the monkey off his back.
Have we talked you into he finally overcame this? Are you on our side now?
Because again, I'm sorry. When you're the number 1 ranked golfer, I'm not saying this wasn't a big achievement. It was a huge achievement for him. I get all that, but I don't. I don't buy the rags to riches part of that part of the story. I think the other part of the other stuff about his childhood, about how his parents, worked extra jobs to fulfill his. I think that's a good story
for sure.
That's a really good story.
He's one of your people, John. I don't know how you don't like him. I mean, he's definitely one of your people.
He's one of my people. I'm not Irish,
but you look it. I'm just saying. You look.
Oh,
you're so pale. You're opaque. I mean, goodness, I can see through you. So I mean, you can certainly be Irish. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of red and all that stuff, and you got see-through eyebrows. So, I mean, you could be. You could be. You can't go in the sun for like more than 5 minutes before you explode. I mean,
I was in the sun a lot this weekend.
Were you really?
I can see your cheeks. Look at his cheeks. You can't see it. Look at him.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah,
like a baby boy.
Michael, you texted me a couple times during our segment. We were talking about Nico. I'm going to guess, just judging by some of the conversations we've had, that you disagreed with a lot of what John and I said. Or am I reading it wrong?
Let me say this. First of all, from what I understand about Nico is that he's a jerk, right? Like going into the recruiting process, that talk was out there. Supposedly he didn't show up for a lot of the events that they had him, signings and stuff like that. You're a jerk for not doing what's responsible. But in terms of going and asking, so first of all, you have an agent, right? And as you guys know, I don't know if you know, like if you're working in that kind of business and you have an agent, so you don't have to talk money, right? So the agent goes to them and says, hey, they're getting ready to play a 13th game. Why don't you give them a little scratch to compensate for the 13th game? That's not crazy to me. I mean, that you see bonus structures like that in every walk of life. Now, obviously,
you see that negotiated ahead of time.
But this is new though. This is new though. We didn't have that. We didn't know what it was about. We didn't, because there's no contracts. And so since there's no contract, why wouldn't there? And first of all, by the way, Brock Purdy could have held out if he wanted to. He could have easily said, I want more money, and they would have paid him. They would have given him money. There have been many guys long before. That's why the 5th year option for being a first runner doesn't matter anymore. If you're good, you're not making it to the 5th year anyway. They're going to renegotiate it anyway. So he could have. That's all the money person was doing for Nico. Was it right? Was it stupid? Was it something that Tennessee didn't want to do? Yeah, I completely understand all that. But at the same time, why not take the shot? Why not ask? I would ask too.
So are you almost viewing that kind of like the Caleb Williams dad asked about ownership situation with the Bears, where it's like it's a wild question, but maybe he was actually asking if they can get a cut of the pie?
I think in the future, a lot of the stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that Caleb Williams' dad was talking about. I think a lot of that stuff's going to come true. I think there's going to be a lot more involved when you get to the point where the 51-49 isn't good enough and they want to continue the game, that it's going to be some ownership stakes. It's going to be stuff like that. I really do. I mean, not just for a guy like Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson, but I think I could see that for some really good. Tom Brady, would you have been surprised if they would have given Tom Brady, if it was allowed, not have to be allowed under the NFLPA stuff, but if it was allowed, I mean, sure, I could see that. It's a compensation. It's not crazy.
Imagine some college kid getting a stake in the University of Nebraska.
Well, we all have a stake in the University of Nebraska. That's what that open was all about. We all have a stake in it. It's very important that everything goes right with the University of Nebraska for our livelihood.
So do you see this Nico case over the weekend being a critical moment in this whole conversation, or is it just another mile marker on this road?
Good question.
I do believe it's a mile marker. Josh made a really good point. You know, if you go back and you read about Kurt Flood and the other couple of guys who were trying to get free agency and how they were ostracized and fans were calling them names and owners wanted them kicked out of the game and the commissioner of baseball would treat them poorly. And then you look ahead to now and it's like, no big deal. I mean, the greatest controversy is arbitration now. I mean, that's nothing. It takes about 5 minutes to get done, right? I think that will be the same thing. This is going to be something we'll look back on and go, hey, remember that time that Nico guy decided he wasn't going to play for them because he wasn't getting enough money. He left to win someplace else. Now everybody's doing it. So I don't think that it's a huge deal. I think so Tennessee is a team that a lot of people looked ahead to next year and thought could be a contender for the college ball playoff, right? Everybody, a lot of people thought that. Because of that, it's obviously a bigger news item. Although I will tell you, when it happened, I was sitting with an Arkansas fan and a Tennessee fan. These people came in town for the gala. And these are money people. These people have cash. And one of them immediately said, let him go. They got young kids coming in. That offense is going to run fine without him. Immediately said that. And the Arkansas guy was like, oh, how much do we have to pay him? Let's bring him over. So it's like, it was, that's the way it's going to always work. Fans at Nebraska would talk themselves out of Dylan Raiola if he did something like this eventually.
Correct.
They would be like, oh,
Yeah.
he wasn't that good. Come on. I mean,
Of course.
let him have some money somewhere else. That's how they would talk. And so that's the way it's always going to be. So I do believe that this Nico situation was spurned on even more by all the rumors that were happening during the season about he wasn't doing the things he was supposed to be doing and how his dad is this and a helicopter parent. So I think that made it even worse.
So, Michael, you're right. Like around here, we would do the same thing. In Tennessee and Knoxville, they're doing the same thing. Let me ask you this, though. Do you think they're right? Because we went over some of the numbers, especially that Arkansas game. And I think you texted me after the show. Like, the Arkansas numbers were horrible last year. And they were good, right? They went to the playoff. But I never thought that he was the reason they did. I don't even know if I'd say he was holding them back. I would just say he was there. He participated. Mm-hmm. So does this have to be the worst thing in the world for Tennessee football 2025?
I mean, he was a true freshman, so I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway being a freshman, right? So he's getting out there for the first time and doing this against that caliber athlete. But he never looked to me like he was going to be the top echelon of a quarterback. If you look at him, the Arkansas game is a perfect example. They jammed all his wide receivers, every one of them, and they beat him up. And he couldn't make the plays that he needed to play. You go back and look at Colorado. Say whatever you want about Shedeur Sanders, and obviously he was a fifth-year or fourth-year guy. When teams decided to get to Colorado, he figured out a way to still get the ball to him. You know what he did? He threw jump balls and said, my guy's going to beat your guy. That's not what Nico did in that game against Arkansas. He scrambled. He took 20-yard drops trying to escape the pressure and threw the ball out of bounds. So he didn't look like, again, so freshman, maybe he'll get better, but I don't think it's a huge loss. I don't think he was in the top 8, 9 quarterbacks in the SEC. I wouldn't say he wasn't. It wasn't a great year for SEC quarterbacks. So I don't think it's a huge loss for them.
The odds of him not getting as much as he was getting, given the teams that are reportedly, and this is, again, reported by Pete Nico, so I'm sure the people in Tennessee will be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. UCLA, North Carolina, and Tulane. How cool would it be if he ended up at Tulane?
The funny thing is, none of those schools have a lot of money, right? I know North Carolina is going to start spending money because of Belichick, but UCLA's never been a team that spent money. Matter of fact, when they put that coaching staff together, they didn't even get a former head coach anywhere on the assistant coaching staff. And look, Tulane's got boosters. Don't get me wrong. They are rich people who went to Tulane. It costs $80,000 to go to Tulane a year, not for the whole time, for a year. They have money there, but I just don't. This doesn't make any sense that they would be giving somebody $4 million to play for them when they're battling to win a lesser conference. That would make zero sense to me.
Pete Nico's literally just reported that North Carolina is out of the mix for Nico.
They probably talked to him.
They probably talked to UCLA and Tulane.
I think about that, man. You're going from Tennessee to UCLA. That's crazy to think about. And going to Tulane is that's crazy. Well, first of all, you go to Tulane and you got to do 3 times as much to be successful with what they're going to have. And I know they don't have horrible talent, but you got to do much than what you had at Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I mean,
very quarterback-friendly offense at Tennessee.
I don't know who's coming back for UCLA. It's not the check, but they had some really good young wide receivers last year. They just couldn't. Sometimes Garbers struggled getting the ball to them, but I can't imagine him being more successful at UCLA than he would have been at Tennessee.
No,
and that's ultimately what you want, right? You want that. You don't want the $4 million you get in college. You want the second contract you get in the NFL. That's where your money is.
I promise this. I need to get to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The gambling.
There is a constitutional amendment that got advancement today in the unicameral on a 27-16 vote. This is proposed by Senator Elliot Bostar, a constitutional amendment to permit an authorized gaming operator conducting sports wagering within a licensed racetrack enclosure to allow sports wagers to be placed in the state of Nebraska by means of a mobile or electronic platform, a.k.a. mobile betting.
Long way off, though. We're
way
off. It's not 27-33 because you've got several legislators who didn't vote in this, because that happens a lot of times in early week stuff. And so the people that didn't vote had voted previously against it. I know that. And to get it done, they're going to have to do something that some of the biggest power brokers in this state don't want. And you know how the state is.
Yeah, you got to get to 30.
33, right?
It's 33 to avoid a filibuster. It's 30 to get on the ballot.
To get on the ballot in 26.
Because this is a constitutional amendment, meaning it has if it's passed by the legislature, it would then be on the ballot for us to vote on.
Yeah. So if
it's got to get to 30 to do that,
they get to 30, then and they can filibuster it. It's never going to happen.
Right? Yeah, and filibuster, you got to break a filibuster with 33.
Yeah.
votes.
So I don't.
So you
again,
really need 6
I
more
hope it
votes
happens.
if there's one person out there who is really dead set against this. And as you know, the anti-gambling interests in this state are still pretty strong.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Michael. There has been so much talk, I would say, the last 6 months, I think is when I first started seeing the chatter about mobile gambling and that just being a huge problem with 21 to 25-year-olds, right? Like there have been stories done on it and like the 60 Minutes type stuff. John Oliver did one. I read a Rolling Stone piece about it. Like it seems like that chatter is suddenly like these are like cigarettes were back in whatever year you want to insert it into. Do you think that or could hurt it, or is it just that we're Nebraska and that's going to hurt it more than anything else?
Well, I'll tell you this, and this has been said for a long time. You can't stop people from sinning, right? You can put preventive measures in for sinning. People are still going to find a way to sin. You can make alcohol illegal. People are still going to find a way to drink. You can make cigarettes illegal for kids under 18 years old. They're still going to get cigarettes. You can make gambling illegal for 60 years in this country, and we had $5 billion worth of betting happening every year in this country somehow without legalized gambling except for in 2 places. So you can say whatever you want. It should go to the people. It should be. Yes. Everything like this should go to the people and let the state by state decide it. I do understand the concern. It is really easy to get yourself in trouble gambling.
Yeah.
But I will say this. When you're gambling online, a lot of times when you get to zero, for most people, a lot of people, that's it. They got nowhere else to go. It's not like you're betting with a bookie and you can keep getting credit and then all of a sudden you got to turn around and give somebody $2,500 or something like that, right? That's a big difference than getting to zero. Now, I do know the hard part about it is once you get to zero, then whoever you have as your sponsor keeps coming back to you and saying, hey, I'll give you a profit boost for 30% or 50%. I'll give you this amount of money if you put this much down. I'll give you this free bet. So they do keep, like a drug dealer, keep trying to bring you in even when you're at zero. The answer to the whole thing is that you make it legal and we take some of that money, a lot of it, and put it into gambling prevention and helping people who are having gambling problems like you do in many other places. But it's been in Iowa for what? Is it 5 years now in Iowa? Or is it 4 years in Iowa?
Sports betting.
We did the football season there in 2019.
Yep. So 6 years. This will be the sixth year.
Going to go into 6 year of doing this, a football season. I don't know if it's any worse off in Iowa than it has been before. I know their schools and a lot of their construction and a lot of other things are better off because of the Iowa West Foundation. But you got to give it to the people. Let the people decide. It doesn't make any sense not to.
Well, remember, the only reason we got sports gambling in the first day was a backdoor, because it was to approve the casinos, to which we realized, that means it could be.
I remember when we realized
too.
that on the show.
Exactly.
It's a loophole. That and also
we've never been able to bet directly on sports betting in this state.
It's also the other loophole was, remember, so you had a situation where they considered a certain kind of online gambling to be entertainment, right? They're saying fantasy football is entertainment. Mm-hmm. So if that's entertainment, why isn't this other gambling entertainment? And that was another loophole that opened it up for it to happen here. I was over at Warhorse on Thursday. They had our luncheon for our event, and we went over there, and I was talking to the new marketing guy over there. He thought that by 27 that they would have online gambling in Nebraska. That's what he thought, by 2027. So we'll see. Yeah.
Michael, one more before I let you go.
What's John looking at? What's John staring at? What's John staring at?
I was looking at the date. I, for some reason, had to think about 2027. That's only 2 years away.
It's only 2 years.
It's only 2 years away, man. 2 years
well,
away.
Real quick, on last night's episode of The Last of Us, which had its season 2 premiere, there was like this thing, and it was like 2029, and I was like, that's so far into the future. And then I was like, wait a second. It's not that far into the future, and that stuff is kind of breaking my brain. Michael, I did want to ask you one spring practice question, much to the chagrin of John. It's almost over.
It's practice.
2 weeks left.
No one's seen it. You can't see it.
Michael's seen some stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, the stuff they want us to see.
What have we learned to go against the grain of John Bishop? What have we learned with a couple weeks left of Husker spring practice
that before they still have a football team?
Well, they do have that. What else have we learned, Michael, beyond that they have a football team?
I believe we're lucky they canceled the spring game, right? So they wouldn't have the bad publicity of not having a lot of fans there, apparently. Other than that, I think you've learned that the offensive line has got a lot of depth, and they like it. And then a lot of guys are going to come back who have been missing, and it's going to add to even the better depth and strength at the offensive line. They know that. I think they feel pretty good about the depth of their wide receiver with the young guys. I think Mosey's shown them a lot. Even when we were there, he had a couple of plays that he made on some one-and-ones and looked really good doing it. I think they know that. I don't know how comfortable they feel with the running back depth and rotation, being that apparently, Connor Booth's not quite ready and Parker's got some injuries, and that puts them kind of at 3 deep without going to the walk-on, whatever walk-ons are now. So I think they probably don't know much about that. But I think they feel pretty good about their lines of scrimmage at this point, and certainly at wide receiver. And I also think that because of the way, and I knew he eventually would start doing this, is the way that Raiola kind of controls everything and is really the leader and everybody's following him. They've got what they want. Last year when he was a freshman, Coach Rule kind of mentioned that in terms of you don't have to win just a practice. You got to win over everybody in the practice. And I think he's done that. So they like that a lot too. But by the way, watching Escape from New York, do you know what year it was supposed to be in that movie?
No.
It's like 1999. So by 99, we had the whole city of Manhattan surrounded by a giant wall, and it was the whole prison for the country.
It's like Back to the Future 2 was set in 2015, and that was a decade ago now.
Exactly. Yeah. We've watched that.
I just can't believe 2029 is soon. Like 2029 is. I mean, oh my god.
Keep in mind that the greatest future-telling movie of all time, The Running Man, was set in 2017.
Oh wow.
No, not one of the greatest at all.
No, it was 2017.
So bad they're having to remake it.
Yeah, I've seen this and heard about this.
They're remaking everything. They're
having to remake it just to make up for how bad it was.
It was a great movie.
Should we go see that at the theater, Michael?
No.
Should we all go see this together?
I would go see it. I like the guy. I like the main guy. I like him. The dude from Maverick. From Maverick, yeah.
Glenn Powell.
Yeah, it's Glenn Powell. Yeah, my wife's cousin. My wife's cousin.
What was that other movie he was in last year or a couple of years ago? Hitman. Remember Hitman? Did you watch that movie?
Yeah, I mean he was in Maverick. That was his big breakout kind of movie. So he's been a lot of good stuff.
Misspelled Schwarzenegger. And there's no Richard Dawson.
There's
a billion without Richard Dawson.
Killian.
The amount of bad acting that Schwarzenegger did over his career, it's incredible. Horrible acting. Just bad. Just so bad. Why do people even think he's a horrible actor?
When I see him to this day, I think that's Ben Richards. He was so convincing in that character. It's like, that's Ben Richards right there.
Ben Richards. Well, Ben Richards
also the
was a bad actor. And now we're going to get a new Ben Richards. And it's probably a much better movie than it was the first time.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah,
I never watched it. I was gone the week that you guys did it for the movie club a couple of years ago with Kevin. So I should
It's not likely at all. It's going to be horrible. Even Gladiator 2, which they put a lot of money into it, and they got Denzel Washington, they got good actors. Even that, it couldn't come anywhere near the original. So it's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, it definitely is.
All right, it's Michael Severe Mondays, everyone.
That was awesome.
All right, well, good luck with the aftermath meeting, and
I have a phone call coming right now to yell at me some more. So yeah, I can't wait.
All right. No, enjoy that phone call.
Bye, Michael.
Bye, guys.
See
you later.
Michael Severe, who's, by the way, going to fill in for Josh on Friday.
Nice. I won't listen, but I hope you guys have a great show.
Good get, John.
I'm sure. Thank you. You're welcome, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He reached out to me. I
told him to reach out to you. I said, John always does it solo.
Well, but no, I don't. Oh, I just hadn't. I was so busy trying to fix your lawnmower.
Nice. That's what I said.
And plant my lawn.
I said, when John leaves, I am planning months in advance. Meanwhile, John and Nick get to the day before I'm gone, and they're like, oh, we should ask people. So I was like, Michael, you should do the show with John so you can be there for him.
Yeah.
And I'm happy he reached out. Aaron texts in, Gladiator 2, meh. Watched it the other day. Super Rush, jerky storyline. I don't know what that means.
Herky, I bet he meant
herky jerky
storyline.
Poop CGI, 5 out of 10. Won't watch again.
I never saw the first one.
I haven't either.
Wow. That is a stunner. You, not so much. Nick, that kind of surprises me.
I have kind of wanted to, and then I did some research into it before I watched it, and then there was a lot of people talking about the historical inaccuracies.
Oh my gosh.
And that turned me off.
How do you know? You knew no one was around back then. It could have gone that way.
I think people know weapons and stuff that they had in Rome.
It's on Paramount
They
Plus.
had laser beams back then. Lightsabers, magic swords.
Freaking sharks with freaking laser beams on
Freaking
their
sharks
heads.
with freaking laser beams attached to their freaking heads. All that stuff. Well, coming up, more on the spring game being dead. It's dead. It's
More
over. It's
football
dead.
talk.
Oh, we could do the Jacob Bigelow Open again.
You just like that open.
It's a great open. Why are you crapping on your
I'm not
own?
crapping on my own open.
work.
I am surprised that it's so well received because I didn't think
it's fun.
I thought when I put it together, I didn't think it was anything like special.
Okay, well,
That works.
you have bad taste.
I made it.
You have bad
and you don't. I don't think you like the open very much.
I like the open. I'm just
Bad
shocked
taste, Nick.
about how much you like it.
It's fun. It's very fun. It's funny, and the music choice is excellent.
It's like when I made the Rayola coaster open and John loved that one.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
That
I
one was
enjoyed
fine.
it.
That one was fine.
I enjoyed it.
I think this new football one though is great, Nick. You've done a great job.
I look forward to seeing what you can do with the Michael Severe Open if it ever gets done.
It's the ingredients are in the bowl. I just need to put it in the oven.
Holly writes, "Ugh, Hitman was so bad." Holly, no, bad take. Remember we did that for Movie Club. That was the one.
I remember liking it.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was super
I mean, it wasn't
fun.
the greatest of all
It was-
time. But it was
No,
okay.
it's not Shawshank.
It
but
was fine.
It was fine.
It was fine.
You are an idiot.
Oh, you.
Bad taste again, Nick. Bad taste. But the show will be fun this week with Michael. Robots taking over the world. Wow, what a topic.
I said this on Friday. I'm excited to watch this movie through a 2025 lens.
Have you seen iRobot before?
Oh, yes, many times.
Oh, good. It's a good movie. I kind of want to watch it this week, even though I won't be here.
I really want.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years.
It's kind of funny. So
I
Mike,
love my big ass TV.
So I wasn't originally going to pick iRobot, and then Michael had mentioned it in the segment.
Michael ripped on Nick's pick for his original pick.
But then after Michael had
What was the
mentioned
original pick?
Noah.
I'm
About Noah's Ark. It's with Russell Crowe.
yeah.
I didn't know they made a movie about that.
2014.
Nobody liked it.
Wow.
Some people liked it. It's a very mixed movie, which is why I wanted to talk about it because I feel like I like to pick movies that I feel like can spurn discussion on the show.
Just have discussion with your girlfriend. Just watch some of those crappy movies by yourself.
Your crappy movie.
Just kidding, Nick.
The Grum continues after this on 1620 The Zone.
Well, I don't like that idea.
Yeah, it seems like you did, though, Nick.
No.
In a couple of weeks, it'll be the Husker games, featuring such exciting things as 7-on-7 football and
Play the open.
tours of the Osborne Center. Of course, you got to pay extra for those.
Don't forget about the volleyball.
The great radio garage sale.
Co-ed tug of war.
No, they're
co-ed-
not doing the co-ed
they're
tug
not.
of war.
Definitely not the demolition derby.
They need to do the demo. They really want to destroy the turf. Do that.
Yeah, they really are excited.
I'd go
about
to a
destroying
demo
the team.
derby at Memorial Stadium.
But 2025 will be known in the year of our Lord as the year that spring games died. Not just because people are starting to cancel them, but because even the ones that were still around
aren't getting attended.
Ohio State, 40,000.
Yikes.
Its lowest spring game crowd since 2005 when the spring game fad became a fad.
I was going to say, because you probably have dates associated with all of these, right? Lowest crowd since blank. Just like listen to the dates of some of these because it tells a story of where the sport was and where the sport is going forward.
Alabama drew a reported 10 to 15,000 on Saturday.
That is bonkers.
After drawing 72,000 last year. There was a picture in on AL.com that shows the difference.
Wow.
Taken from the same angle,
Mm-hmm.
showing the fans in 2024 versus the practice this past Saturday.
And obviously some of this, there's a couple things, right? Like last year, first year coach bump. This year, maybe less excitement for the coach, Kalen DeBoer. But the other thing is that spring games do not hold the same place in our consciousness that they did even a few years ago. I have to imagine that's the smallest crowd that they have had for one of those since before Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
But now, while we have killed off this beast for the moment, I do think we're going to get – the only reason it didn't happen this year was because it was deemed it would have been an unfair advantage.
It's too late in the schedule.
It's too late in the schedule to change it. But I do think, because it makes a lot of sense, if you want to, and you don't have to, but if you want to scrimmage against another team, you can bring another team in and scrimmage.
Do you think they're going to fast track it to next year?
I think if it doesn't happen, I'd be surprised if it wasn't at least around in 2 years.
I think for sure it will be here by 2020.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was here next year.
Yeah.
But that could be the thing that breathes new life into this dying animal. Because that would be interesting. Now, then the question becomes, because the tit for tat is you're not going to do this unless you're trying to make something out of it. And you're not going to make anything out of it unless you have attendance. And you're probably not going to make anything out of it unless you have television.
Yeah.
And so now you're back to square one of, because one of the main reasons Matt Rule said they didn't want the spring game anymore is they didn't want people, pillaging the team through the portal by watching all of these guys. Now, a lot of this would also have to come with a change in the portal calendar, which seems like everybody hates their sports portal calendar. They all hate it. Nope, this is the wrong time. Well, then why did you approve it in the first place?
Why did anyone set up the portal to end during their sports postseasons and not think, wow, this is kind of weird? Just wait until after the championship game. Well, did you see the idea? This is a kind of an offshoot of this discussion, not portal, now back to inter squad or scrimmages, rather. Did you see Scott Docterman's story on the first day you were gone last week from The Athletic, where Kirk Ferentz went on the record being in favor of preseason football games? Preseason college football, August football games. He said, as long as it didn't count, I'd be all for it. It's kind of like NFL preseason games that don't count against your win-loss record, but it gives you a chance to get guys in-game experience in different situations. So if spring games, because of the portal calendar, and you worry because you're right. Okay, so why do you do Syracuse versus Colorado? The first is, yes, you can learn about your team versus their team, but why do you really do it? You do it to make money.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make money? Ticket sales are one thing. That's nice. But what do you really need? You need TV. It's almost like a bowl game where you get all this money from the television partners.
Sure.
Okay. If your concern then is rats, it's on television. Don't really like that because then people can come poach us. Well, if you do it in August, you'll be fine in theory because it's right.
In theory.
In theory, yeah, for now, right before the season.
See, again, what's the NFL doing? They're trying to get away from preseason games,
and now
the colleges are like, oh no, this is a good idea.
Yeah, for sure.
I get why a coach would like that, but I wonder what the interest level would be. Now, if you sold it like the NFL does, the reason why the NFL still has it is
to pay for it.
If you're a season ticket holder, you have to buy those tickets.
Yeah.
I just wonder how many people would be truly excited about because you know what's going to happen. Your stars aren't playing in those games.
See, and it's funny.
It's all about developing the third and fourth teamers on your roster.
I know that you, like me, I follow Cowboys people on Twitter. You follow Rams people, right? I'm not someone. Now, part of it is every Cowboys game isn't on TV live, and so I kind of follow it on Twitter as I'm scrolling on a Friday night, right? But dude, those radio shows down there and the TV, like they cover it like it's a normal thing. Now, it doesn't have the manpower of a regular season or playoff game, but they still they do podcasts about it. And so there's obviously an interest level in it. And for us, thinking about it from a work perspective, if Nebraska is playing Bowling Green in August instead of September, I am watching partly because it's our job and we would be talking about it, but we would be able to learn something about the backups. So I don't totally hate it, especially if it results in better games being on the regular season schedule. But I do think, you can put this on the long-term list. By the end of this decade, we will have insert school versus insert school here as some form of an exhibition, whether it's in the spring or whether it's in August. I think that is going to happen. It's just, when will it be? And is it mandated, or is it just Matt Rule, for example, a couple weeks ago, he was asked about it. He didn't think that they would allow for it to happen, but he said if they did, he would be open to it. Is he true to his word? And if so, what does that look like? Or does the Big Ten say, we're putting this schedule together? Is it localized? Is it power on power? Is it power versus G5? What does that look like? I think it's going to happen, though. And if anything, I think you might see that argument to revive spring games to try to insert some life back into it.
I think it makes a lot more sense for the spring element, not for the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Because, sure, will some people watch? Yes, but it'll be just like the NFL where it's like, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
The NFL's literally getting away from doing that. So I think it makes more sense in the spring. And I think that's what's going to end up happening. If not by next year, 2 years from now.
Jordan says it.
Then the question becomes, what does Matt Rule do?
Yeah. Does he actually follow through?
Will he schedule other teams to come in scrimmage? Or will it be, no, we're going to hold back because we don't want
to do this.
We don't want to do this. And you do lose the element of control. Once you bring in another element, you have lost part of the element of control where you can work on the things you want to work on. And
that's why it turns into more of a game.
You guys know, you've seen the fights from training camp.
Yeah.
Those things happen.
That's why it's better, actually, if it's not a practice, if it's a game. Because, not to say there aren't fights, but, dude, I feel like when I watch preseason football, there are way fewer fights than the ones that we see during training camp.
Yes.
But maybe those are just, elevated because there's a fight. A couple texts. Adam says it should happen. Can you imagine K-State playing NU next weekend in a scrimmage? It would be sold out fun for the fans. Along those lines, Jordan says it would probably have an initial bump because it's new. But after a couple of years, it will be a drop-off. A lot of it depends on who the team scrimmage. Yeah, that'd be something that I would wonder in terms of that initial excitement. That would be there for sure. If Nebraska was playing somebody next week, people would be interested. How long does that last, though, So, I guess spring games in the old era had like a 20-year tail. It really lasted a long time. And now we're moving on to different things.
Well, coming up next, it is content time. We've talked about Nebraska's running backs earlier in the show. We'll share our thoughts.
Okay.
And lots and lots of baseball.
Finally. Thank you, John. The last 2 days without you here, it's been horrible.
I know.
No, it's been awesome.
NBA, football.
Okay.
No.
NBA. We talked a lot of Creighton on Thursday. That was a Creighton-pilled show.
That's true.
Yeah, but with Michael, it was a lot of football. It was nice. And it was a Friday, Nick. We had ball on. I guess that was more Creighton.
There was baseball happening on Friday.
What on earth am I going to say about baseball in April? It's too early to tell.
Well, maybe not.
Okay.
I guess you don't need to go to Boston then to see the Red Sox.
Oh, I cannot wait for that. Oh my gosh, Nick, going to Fenway Park? It's going to be great.
It's too early
to tell.
Yeah, it's too early to tell.
Nah, I'll be fine. It'll be fun.
16-20 the zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, Nick, this is your time to shine. Don't be like Rory and blow it and then get it back and then blow it and then get it back and then blow it and then win.
Well, I mean, if it means that I win, I could blow it a few times.
I guess.
And then win again.
Is this the year Nebraska's running back rooms turn premier? Sam McEwen asked that today on his Monday Rewind. Is it?
Oh, a football question. Nice.
They haven't earned the benefit of the doubt. You know, you could say that back in the day when Nebraska was cranking out good running backs every single year, and it was what they did. And, I mean, this is just another example of, well, none of the many reasons why I don't give a crap about spring football. It's all the happy talk. Could this position group be the best position group of all time?
It's a good topic.
Be the best group of all time.
Put a pin in that. I'll save that for tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not saying
Is Emmett the
Because
goat?
Sam's not one of those guys to overinflate something, but
nice.
They have not proven the benefit of the doubt. So I need to see it first.
Yeah, I'm with you. Premier, that is high praise.
That is high praise.
That'd be very high praise. I think it can be. I think it's solid. I think a successful running back room would be Emmett Johnson continues to improve upon what he's been able to do. Maybe gets like to 800 rushing yards. Maybe 1,000 yards from scrimmage. And you have a number 2 back that you feel fairly confident in to be able to do something. I would say that would make a successful room. Premier, though, that's going to be hard.
The NBA playoffs are set.
Oh!
I'm mostly set. Before we get to the actual best-of-7 series, we begin tomorrow with 7th versus 8th place game, while Wednesday will feature the 9th and 10th place teams battling in each league. Which teams are you hoping move on and make the actual field?
Wow, great question, Nick. What was that?
Did your crappy team make it this year?
John, not only did the Lakers make it, they're not in the play-in game. You had a bad weekend. Rory won, and the Lakers are the 3 seed in the West. Tough look for John Bishop, folks.
The 3rd seed.
Tough look. So here's
in the mild West.
No, it's a very spicy West. I'm rooting for a couple things. I want the Warriors to win versus the Grizz, because then they'll play the Rockets, and if the Lakers and the Warriors win, they could play in round 2. That sounds like a lot of fun. Don't really care about the rest of the playing games in the West. Don't really care about any of the playing games in the East. Those are my takes. The round 2 matchup should be exquisite in the association. Exquisite. Round 1, Clips, Nugs. Are you serious, Nick? In round 1?
You are getting back into the NBA pretty hard.
I'll be watching it this weekend.
5 of these crappy franchises have losing records. What are we doing here?
Trying to be baseball.
Losing records.
Trying to be baseball.
There are no teams
or the
with
NFC
losing
West
records that
one
get
year.
into the
Remember
baseball playoffs.
The NFC West that 1 year, too.
That 1 year. This is 5 in 1 year, including the Heat, who are 8 games under 500. Man, nothing smacks postseason like a team that's 8 games under. Get this crap out of here.
It's fantastic.
The Heat, they should
Call me
them
when the
Cool.
league semifinals happen, then I'll answer.
All right, that'll be a month.
It's too long.
No.
Folks, we're talking hockey.
What?
The Red Wings, Bruins, Blackhawks, and Rangers will all miss the playoffs in the same year for the first time in NHL history.
Wow.
Those 4 teams represent the American versions of the original 6 in league history. Give me a breakdown on why this wasn't their seasons.
I can't wait for John's breakdown.
Well, they didn't score enough goals and they allowed too many, apparently.
Wow, that is an excellent breakdown.
It is crazy, though, when you look at and
Go Wings.
You go with the ebbs and flows of the thing. For a few years there in the early 90s, the Red Wings were one of the hottest teams.
1-2 in a run, late 90s.
The Bruins had their run. The Blackhawks ended their run, or ended their drought, I should say.
Rangers got to the final couple times
Yeah.
in this century.
And they're all going to miss the playoffs. And again, just like the NBA, this is a league that allows pretty much everybody to get in.
Yeah, 16
That's
teams.
pretty embarrassing. I've got to imagine the folks in. Who do you think are the angriest fans of those 4?
Well, the Red Wings have been mid for a while now. I don't know who is most recently good. I mean, Blackhawks fans are pretty diehard fans. Probably them, maybe. I don't know. I watched some of the Red Wings game once this year. They lost to the Wild of Minnesota, and I was packing, and I turned it on, and the Red Wings are up by 2, and I texted my friend who's an actual Red Wings fan. I was like, let's go, baby. Red Wings are back. And then they lost as I was packing. Bad times, but they'll be back. They always are, John. They just need Steve Yzerman Jr. someday, and they'll be just fine.
Let's see.
When's hockey start? When does the playoffs start?
Well, where?
Their seating is so stupid. Is that what you're looking at? Wait, it starts to... Oh, the season's still happening. Oh, so
Yeah, I was going to say, the regular season doesn't end until Thursday.
Okay, so they've already missed the playoffs. Wow, sad. All right, well,
NHL.com need to do a better job of
come on, Gary.
Gary? Putting the bracket up and seeing, because one good thing the NBA website does is you see the bracket.
Thank you,
on
NBA.
a daily basis.
Yeah, because the NBA is awesome. NHL is poop. But that you'll see that tweet, Nick.
I want you to go to a
Pittsburgh
hockey player
Penguins
and say that
fans,
their sport is poop.
Send your hate mail to Josh at 1620.
Yeah, all you Pens fans.
Go up to a player for the Penguins and say, your sport is poop.
All right.
And see what happens.
I'll do that, Nick.
He's going to match your front teeth with his front teeth.
Whoa, my big teeth? No way such a person could do that. Only the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Do you know, Josh Peterson,
John Bishop,
which team in the NHL has the most points? The most points.
Is it Vegas?
For those of you not familiar, points are how they determine best record.
Yeah. Is it Vegas?
No, it is not Vegas. It is
Nashville.
My Winnipeg. Jets. Jets. That spells jet.
Hockey.
114 points. Man, they are kicking some ass.
Seems like a lot of
taking
points.
Some names.
I do like their logo better than the Football Jets logo. Football Jets logo is boring AF.
And, well, they're barely in the playoffs right now. My Montreal Canadiens.
Nice. Oh, sorry.
And another great year for the Maple Leafs.
Are they
to
in?
disappoint their fans
God,
again. They have the best record
Hey,
in the Eastern
If
Conference.
Rory can win the Masters, the Maple Leafs cannot lose a Game 7, right? No, they'll probably blow
They'll
it like
still
they
lose
always
a
do.
Game 7.
Go Maple Leafs.
Both Creighton and Nebraska baseball lost road series over the weekend. The Huskers are now 5-10 in the Big Ten in the game back of making the 12-team tournament. The Jays are 3-3 and a half game back for making the Big East tournament. Do both, one, or neither make their league tournament this year? There's no Oxford comma in that.
Yeah, John doesn't like Oxford commas. John, I think you should call tomorrow's matchup the mid-off between Nebraska and Creighton because that's what both of these teams are. Nebraska misses, Creighton makes.
Nebraska's less than mid.
Wow. Those are Nick's words.
Creighton being 3-3, that is the definition of mid.
That is the definition. Yeah, 5-10 is not
But
mid.
they
That's
lost to
below
a
mid.
team in Seton Hall that they
Seton
were.
Hall good?
They hadn't won a conference game up until
Yikes,
that
Creighton,
point.
what are you doing out there?
Now,
Tough
granted,
one.
it was early in the season, but
Icky.
still not great. The schedule will definitely lighten up for Big Red, who has famously played 3 of the 4 Pac-4 schools. Now you've got to take advantage.
Yeah, they better.
Nebraska will make the conference tournament.
Okay.
The Blue Jays, this week's going to tell us a lot because they get St. John's, who is in first place.
R.J. Lewis?
R.J. Lewis, famously not
Jerry
with
Lewis.
St. John's baseball.
Wow.
And neither is Rick Pitino.
What?
Can you imagine if Rick Pitino had to manage in that white pimp suit of his?
What if he wore a hat and a baseball uniform?
Oh, well, I was thinking he could be like Connie Mack, who used to famously wear a
Those are
suit
the old
in
days.
the,
Yeah, I know Connie Mack.
I know, of course
Rick
you do.
Pitino
Nick.
old enough to remember Connie Mack.
Nice.
After robbing the Dodgers of their dignity Saturday with a 16-0 win, the Cubs finished
16-0. Just trying to help you.
Potato.
16-0 is a record.
But
Just
O
trying
can
to
also
help.
mean 0. 16-0.
No, it's the and that was hurting you there.
The Cubs finished mopping up the floor with the defending champs, not chumps, winning their series Sunday with a 4-2 decision in which Shohei Ohtani went a tough...
Read it the way you wrote it.
He went a tough 0 for 5.
Pathetic.
Does this say more about the greatness of the Cubs or the low-rent state of the Dodgers?
Wow.
What's it say more about, Josh?
Seems like the Cubs are pretty good. People are really excited about the Cubs. Every day the Cubs win, my timeline is filled with goobers tweeting about the Cubs. The Dodgers can't be perfect, John. Wow, they're 11-6 and a run differential of 0. What happened when they were playing overseas? They have a better record than the Cubs. They're 11-6 and the Cubs are 11-7. Nah, just
But we played a tougher schedule.
Yeah, but they're in a tougher division.
They didn't play anybody in their damn division
Haven't
yet.
they played the Padres?
Did they? I don't remember them playing
Maybe
the
I'm
Padres.
remembering wrong. Let's see. They played the Nats, the Phils, the Nope, you're right, John. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, no one's playing any division foes in the National League for some reason.
Odd. Oh, they're playing the Rockies tonight, Nick. You excited?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. Ohtani will just do another 0 for 5.
Nice.
So lame yesterday. It was so nice to watch it.
Aaron Judge was named captain of the United States team for next year's World Baseball Classic. Will Ohtani play for Japan, or will he still be dabbing his tears after being savagely beaten by the Cubs?
Wow, what an interesting question that Nick definitely wrote. Wait, so the World Baseball Classic's already back next year? Didn't it just happen?
next year.
They just did all the qualifiers, too.
Cool. Is it every 3 years? Or is it every 4?
I think
It
it's
seems
every
like it was
3.
just yesterday. Okay.
It's every It should be every 4. They did it in 21 because it was supposed to be in 20, but COVID happened.
That's why. Yep. Aaron Judge, Captain of America. Captain America, you might say.
Does he still hit home runs?
Yeah.
Of course he does.
All right. Sounds good to me. I like home runs.
He's good.
Chicks dig the long ball. That was a commercial.
According to reports, we are a month away from hearing the NFL schedule release.
Yeah.
We already know who's playing who. We just don't know the when. Is this the most overanalyzed days in sports?
No.
Josh?
No, definitely not. Signing day.
Well, it used to be. Now we just conveniently ignore it.
This is a great thing. If you don't want to talk about it, let's not talk about it. This seems to be the I don't care of the NFL world for you, John, where you're like, I don't care. But then it comes and you're like, let's build 3 topics around it. I say, sounds good to me.
Yeah, but it's
so fun.
It's such a, you know who plays everybody.
Then why do we talk about it? Because travel stuff. Remember that the Warren Sharp graphics about rest advantage and rest disadvantage? The 49ers got killed last year and their rest disadvantage didn't seem to matter for them. It does matter. I know it's goofy, but it does matter.
Joey does a whole thing about it. He's teasing his stuff right now.
Yes, did you see this tweet from Joey? He's like, on this day, I'm going to release these games, and on this day, I'm going to release these games.
Joe is sick.
Yeah, I think he is. I'm worried about him.
He might be a bigger football pervert than you.
I don't know how he's going to be able to balance doing all this and watching the defending world champion Celtics at the same time.
He multitasks extremely well.
I guess he does.
Maybe he has them scheduled. A third 8-man class of football has hit the state. On Thursday, the NSAA board voted 5-3 to create an additional class of football. Stu Popsicle was none too pleased.
Pospizzle.
Writing. Guess those kids won't get the Memorial Stadium experience. Too bad, it says here. Is this sad?
Why aren't they letting them play in Memorial Stadium?
I think it's because of the cones and like this field is too big. It looks stupid.
Yeah, it does. It does lose a lot of its effect.
I think they have a better atmosphere when they're able to play at the
they
smaller
do.
venue.
They absolutely do.
So no, I will disagree with Mr. Popsicle. I don't think that it's that big of a deal. Like, there's an argument someone can make where they should just move the state championship to a smaller stadium regardless, because I think it'd be better. Like, I get it. It's got to be really cool to play at Memorial Stadium. I'm not going to take that away. But man, like, it's more fun to play in smaller gyms, arenas, whatever.
I always enjoyed it when the state finals were hosted by one of the high schools.
Yeah.
It was a lot more fun.
How long ago did that happen?
Well, 96 was the first year it was in Memorial Stadium. So, yeah, it's been then. And, of course, the 6-man championships have been held out in, I think it's Kearney.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought they played at UNK.
That was almost 30 years ago.
Speaking of a long time ago, Kugler writes, fun tuning in to hear John talk about his days watching Connie Mack. My grandpa used to love him, too.
That was Rick Pitino I was talking about, not myself.
Oh, okay.
Not myself.
Must have been nice to go to your piggy bank and get a penny so you could go buy a seat.
I just know Kevin was spending too much time at the Masters the other day yelling at people saying,
Golf hasn't been the same since they took away the wooden shaft. I'm certainly not talking about anything sexual because I can't relate.
Wow, did you know Connie Mack was born in 1862?
Damn.
That is a long time ago.
That means he was 3 years old when President Lincoln was assassinated. Do you know why I brought that up? Because today is the 160th anniversary.
Wow.
So if we cross the threshold, time plus tragedy, is it now humor?
Well, I think you should bring this to the broadcast tomorrow night, John.
You know, we went to Ford Theater once in D.C. when I went on that field trip.
Yeah.
And I sat down, and where my seat was, there was a pillar right in front of me.
Yeah.
Why? Why would they put a pillar there? You can't see what's on the show. Maybe that's why John Wilkes Booth was pissed.
Because he couldn't see
the play? He couldn't see the show. He couldn't see My American Cousin.
Well, it's a good thing that he doesn't ever go to a game at Fenway. There
It's
are
like-
a lot of sightline problems there, too.
It's like, you know what? That's a better view up there. Just got to clear it out.
Wow, so you're saying he was in the right?
No, I'm just saying maybe he couldn't see.
I defend John Wilkes Booth. Nick Grimm. Let's put it on a Canva graphic, Nick. Thank you for your service.
I don't think enough people are blaming Mary Todd. She's the one that drug his poor ass out of the White House and said we should go to a show.
He was tired that night. He was
like, I didn't want to go.
Yeah, I wanted to tweet.
Just wanted to stay in and watch Leno.
I just wanted to scroll Twitter.
I wonder what Abe Lincoln tweets would be like.
Well, he would definitely have a blue check mark because he didn't speak in 140 characters.
No, he did not.
That means Abe Lincoln's an Elon.
Yeah,
guy.
you think Obama had long speeches or Trump? That guy, he spoke too.
I mean, what else were you going to do back then? You had to fill time.
People were pretty bored.
What's for dinner, including another new gross innovation by the folks in Major League Baseball on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a wool.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Apologies to all the angry Capital fans in my mentions. I misspoke earlier when I said that the Toronto Maple Leafs had the best record in the Eastern Conference. It's actually the Washington Caps with 109 points. The Maple Leafs have 104. I missed that. Again, if NHL.com actually did a better job of organizing their standings and brackets, I would see these things a lot better. So my apologies to the Washington Caps.
What's for dinner?
And Alex Ovechkin, the goaliest goal scorer of all goal scorers.
The greater one.
The greatest that's ever lived in terms of the number of goals.
Tonight it's the Creighton men's basketball postseason banquet. So I'm not sure what's for dinner, but I'm sure it's delicious.
Hope you have a great time.
Taco bar.
It's not, I don't
tacos?
believe it's a taco bar. It's usually been a catered meal or something.
Chicken and wild rice soup tonight.
Nice.
See, Josh, ever since he learned that soup is good,
Shout out to me.
I love soup.
it took his wife to teach him that.
Yep.
It's a shame it's too hot out for soup now.
No,
I'm not eating soup again until the fall.
So she texted me because I knew that you would be on my side because you're not an idiot. She did say if they give you a hard time for having soup this time of year, tell them your wife is sick and is craving it. Wow. Nick hates women.
I'm not giving you a hard time at all. I'm just saying I won't eat soup until
Nick
it's
hates
cold
women.
again.
Do you eat cold hamburgers, cold hot dogs, cold steak?
No.
Excellent point. Because that would be weird.
Yeah. See, it's this whole notion of, you only have soup in the winter. It's silly.
I have
You
ice
have
cream
soup whenever it had all
at
you
least
damn
once
I
a week
only
all winter long,
want
Nick.
soup in the winter. I'm not like you can only. I just don't want it right now. I want it when it's cold
But if
outside.
it tastes good, why wouldn't you want it?
Josh's wife
whenever?
deserves to be sick, and John Wilkes was right. Nick Grimm.
Booth. John Wick's Booth.
Yes. Let's not forget the booth.
We made a lot of chicken this weekend because we had some people over yesterday, so we just have a lot of chicken leftovers.
You guys had a party?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, the Toronto Blue Jays have now started selling cotton candy fries.
That's disgusting.
That looks
where
like
it's French fries covered in cotton candy, and it looks like some kind of blue frosting.
that blue frosting looks like. Remember when Shrek came out and they came out with like the purple and green ketchup?
Nothing.
It looks like that.
Looks gross.
Horrible.
You Canadians are weird people.